Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. If you drive long enough through the darkest highways in America, you learn one thing. Not every set of headlights belongs to someone you can trust. I've been driving America's highways long enough to learn a rule most people never have to think about. It's not written anywhere. No sign warns you. No dispatcher tells you during orientation. You learn it the hard way. Not every set of headlights belongs to someone you can trust. That night started like 100 others. Just past midnight, the road stretching out in front of me like a long black ribbon, barely visible under those tired orange sodium lights that buzz and flicker like they're about to give up. My cab hummed softly around me, the steady vibration of the engine, the low hiss of the air system cycling, the faint rattle of something loose behind the dash that I kept meaning to fix and never did. The radio was on, but I wasn't really listening. Some late-night AM station, voices drifting in and out through static. Every few miles, the signal would fade, then snap back suddenly, loud enough to make me flinch. I remember reaching over to turn the volume down, then deciding to leave it. Silence can mess with your head out there. The highway was empty. No traffic. No taillights ahead. No headlights behind me. Just me, my rig, and the darkness pressing in from both sides of the road. Fields on one side, trees on the other. The kind of stretch where if you pulled over, no one would notice for a long time. That's when I saw the lights. Not the comforting kind. Not the steady glow of a truck stop or a rest area. Just a pair of headlights far off in the distance, sitting too still for too long. They didn't move. Didn't get closer. Didn't fade away. Just there, watching. I checked my mirrors. Nothing behind me. Checked my speed. Normal. Everything felt fine. And that's what bothered me. Nights like this teach you that when everything feels fine, it's usually because you haven't noticed what's wrong yet. As I rolled closer, the headlights flicked off. No gradual dimming. No turn signal. Just gone. My knuckles tightened around the wheel. I told myself it was nothing. Someone pulled off the road. Someone shut their lights off to save battery. I'd made that excuse 1,000 times before. It usually worked. Then my radio crackled. Not music, not a voice, just a sharp burst of static that came out of nowhere, loud enough to make my heart jump. The sound echoed in the cab, mixing with the low mechanical breathing of the truck, and for a split second, I had the strangest feeling, like the road ahead of me was holding its breath. I glanced at the clock on the dash. 1:47 a.m. That was the moment I realized something else too. I hadn't seen another car in over 30 minutes. No exits, no signs, no movement. Just that long, empty highway, and the sense that I wasn't as alone as I should have been. People think the dark highways are scary because of what you can't see. They're wrong. The real fear comes from realizing something sees you just fine, and you don't know what it wants yet. And that was only the first night. 1:32 a.m. is a strange hour in America. It isn't late anymore. Not the way midnight feels late. Midnight still has a little life in it. You still catch the occasional car pushing home from a bar. a tired nurse coming off shift, a couple of headlights gliding by like they're trying not to wake the world. But 132 is when the night changes hands. The world stops pretending it's awake. The roads stop acting like roads and start acting like corridors. Long, dark corridors that don't lead anywhere you can name. That's what it felt like anyway, the night this started. I remember the exact time because my dash clock runs fast. Always has. A minute and a half ahead no matter how many times I reset it. I'd learned to do the mental correction without thinking. If the dash said 132, it was really closer to 1:30. That little habit, checking, correcting, keeping track, was just part of night work. Night shifts turn you into someone who measures the world in tiny details. Because tiny details are the only proof you aren't losing your mind out there. The truck's cabin smelled like warm plastic and old coffee. Not fresh coffee, the kind that's been sitting in a travel mug for hours, getting bitter and slightly metallic. The heater ran in soft bursts, breathing heat into my ankles, then clicking off with a quiet thunk that always reminded me of a motel ice machine. The air had that dry, recycled feel, like the cab itself was holding on to every breath I'd taken since my last stop. Outside, the highway was wet. Not rain wet. There hadn't been any real rain, not enough to hear on the windshield. But the kind of damp sheen that shows up after a cold night, when the air has been heavy and the road sweats under it. My headlights painted the asphalt a dull gray, and the reflective lane markers blinked back at me like lazy eyes. Every so often, the tires hissed as they cut through a shallow patch, and the sound rose and fell in a way that could make you sleepy if you let it. I didn't let it. I'd been running nights for years by then, long enough to know what boredom can do to you, and what fatigue will convince you is fine. People like to think night workers are fearless. We aren't. We're just practical. We learn what's normal, what's annoying, what's dangerous, and what's just your brain trying to create problems because it's tired of silence. And I wasn't the type to scare easy. I'm not saying that like I'm tough. I'm saying it like a confession. I didn't have room in my head for superstition. I never did. My mom was the kind of woman who kept a Bible on the kitchen table and salt in the windowsills. My dad used to laugh at her, gentle laughter, not mean, and tell her the only thing salt kept away was slugs. I grew up somewhere between them, respectful of what people believed, but unwilling to let it steer my hands. I'd never seen a ghost, never heard a voice with no mouth attached to it, never felt a cold spot that didn't come with an open door or a busted seal. I believed in drunk drivers, deer, bad weather, and people who carried anger like it was a tool. Those were real. Those were measurable. Those were the things that got you killed. That night, my route was the kind I liked. Simple, familiar. A long stretch of interstate followed by a cut-down a state road that most people avoided because there was nothing on it. No gas stations, no restaurants, no rest areas that didn't look like they'd been built in the 70s and forgotten in the 90s. It was the kind of drive dispatchers loved because it shaved time. It was the kind of drive day shift guys hated because it felt empty. At night, emptiness can be a blessing. My cab lights were dimmed to that soft orange glow that keeps you from feeling like you're staring into an aquarium. The dashboard hummed faintly. A loose panel somewhere near the passenger side vent buzzed with every tiny vibration, like a trapped insect. I'd meant to fix it for months. You get used to certain annoyances. They become part of the soundscape, like the steady clack of a blinker or the distant whine of wind. The AM radio was on low, not because I cared about what was playing, but because it kept my mind anchored. The station was one of those late-night talk programs where the host sounds permanently tired, like he's lived his whole life under fluorescent lights. Every few minutes, the signal would thin out and fade, replaced by static that crackled like someone crumpling foil in your ear. Then it would snap back, and the host would be halfway through some sentence about weather patterns or local politics. Nothing that mattered. That was the point. I took a sip from my mug and immediately regretted it. The coffee had cooled into something sour, and it left a film on my tongue. I swallowed anyway. The warmth still helped. It still told my body, "You're awake. You're here." The road ahead was empty in that particular way that only happens in the early hours. No headlights coming toward me in the opposite lanes. No taillights ahead. No glow on the horizon from a city. Just the occasional overhead sign flashing by in the beam of my headlights. Green rectangles announcing exits I didn't need. Miles I didn't care about. Destinations that felt imaginary at that hour. When you drive at night, you start noticing things that daytime traffic hides. How much of the country is just space? Dark fields and tree lines and stretches of nothing that don't have names. You can pass through entire counties without seeing a single lit window. You can run for miles and miles with only your own engine noise for company. And if you didn't know better, you'd think the world ended just beyond your high beams. That's why truckers develop rituals. Not superstitions. Rituals. Small systems to keep you sharp. For me, it was a checklist I did without realizing I was doing it. Mirrors, gauges, speed, road surface, mirrors again. Then a glance at the shoulder, not because I expected to see anything, but because if you don't look, that's when something appears. It's like your brain punishes you for getting lazy. I'd done that loop so many times it felt like breathing. That night, everything about it was ordinary. The air ride seat did what air ride seats always do. It absorbed just enough vibration to make you comfortable for 5 minutes, then somehow convinced your spine it was sitting on concrete. My lower back had that familiar ache that creeps in after hours of being braced, even if you think you're relaxed. The cab smelled faintly of diesel and the cheap pine air freshener I'd hung weeks ago. The pine scent was losing the war. Outside, the sodium streetlights along the interstate were spaced far apart, each one throwing a circle of sickly amber onto the wet road. When I passed through those circles, the droplets on the windshield would glow and then vanish. The light made everything look slightly unreal, like the world had been filtered through old film. My tires rolled steady. My engine kept a low, dependable growl. The radio murmured. The heater sighed. Normal. And maybe that's why I remember the normal so clearly, because later, when things stopped being normal, my mind kept reaching back for it like it was a railing I could hold on to. I was thinking about nothing in particular, just the usual night shift thoughts, little mental errands you run to stay awake. Whether I'd remembered to lock the side compartment at the yard, whether my supervisor was going to text me again about a pallet count that had nothing to do with me, whether I should stop at the next truck stop and grab a snack or just push through and eat when I got home. Home. That word felt soft and distant at 1:32 a.m., like something from a different life. I passed a sign, one of those reflective ones that feels too bright when your lights hit it. It announced an upcoming exit in 2 miles. I didn't need it. I wasn't planning to stop. But I still looked at it, and I still did the little calculation. If I had to pull off, that exit was an option. It was a habit, a quiet safety net. The radio fizzed. The host's voice cut out mid-word, swallowed by static. I reached toward the knob, not to change the station, but to nudge the volume down. Static is different at night. In daylight, it's annoying. In the early hours, when everything else is silent, it can feel like something trying to speak. I turned it down a notch. Then the host came back, smooth as if nothing happened, and the sound of his voice settled the cabin again. I glanced at my phone, sitting face down in the cup holder. I never used it while driving, not out of morality, out of survival. I'd seen enough wrecks to know what a second of distraction can do. Still, the phone being there always made me feel watched, in a way. Like the world could reach me even out here. Like I couldn't fully disappear into the night. No notifications, no calls. Just the faint reflection of my dash lights along its edge. I checked the clock again. 1:32. I remember it because I'd been counting down to a point on the route where I always felt relief. A certain mile marker where the highway opened up and the pavement got smoother. A small psychological finish line. Night driving is full of those. Tiny promises you make to yourself. Just get to that marker. Just get past this stretch. Just reach the next sign. I was about 5 minutes from mine, and that's when the thought crossed my mind. Quiet, almost lazy. This is a good night. Nothing wrong. Nothing weird. Just the road and the routine. The kind of night you barely remember later. I let my shoulders drop. Not much, just enough to ease the tightness. I rolled my neck once at a red light I didn't have to stop for because the road was empty. The truck responded like it always did. Patient, heavy, predictable. A machine that didn't care about my mood. A machine that made sense. And I think that's why I didn't see it coming. Because in my head, the night had already been categorized, filed away, labeled harmless. When you work nights, you learn to do that quickly. If you treat every mile like it's dangerous, you burn out. You go paranoid. You start seeing faces in every shadow. So you tell yourself, this is just another run. You accept the ordinary. You believe in it, because believing in it keeps you sane. I didn't stop because I was brave. I stopped because nothing looked wrong. That line has played in my head so many times since then that it's lost and regained meaning over and over. Sometimes it sounds like an excuse. Sometimes it sounds like the simplest truth in the world. Either way, it's the last clean thought I remember having before the night shifted. Before the highway stopped feeling like a place you travel through and started feeling like a place that was watching you travel through it. At 1:32 a.m., under those buzzing orange lights, with wet pavement gleaming in my beams and the radio murmuring like a tired stranger in the passenger seat, I was sure of one thing. Nothing looked wrong. And that's exactly what should have scared me. I noticed the light before I noticed the person. It was one of those old sodium lamps, the kind mounted on a crooked metal pole, casting a dull orange circle onto the pavement below. Not bright, not welcoming, just enough light to remind you that darkness hadn't completely won yet. The kind of light that makes everything beneath it look slightly unreal, as if the world there operates by different rules. The road curved gently to the right ahead of me, and the light sat just beyond the bend, half hidden at first. As I came closer, it slid into full view, hovering there like a tired eye that refused to close. There was nothing around it, no building, No clearly marked entrance. No sign explaining why a light needed to be there at all. Just a patch of asphalt widening slightly, like a forgotten pull-off, or the remains of an old service road no one used anymore. At first, I assumed it was empty. That was the reasonable assumption. Lights out here usually are. They mark nothing, serve no one, and exist mostly because no one ever bothered to remove them. I'd passed a dozen just like it on other runs, and never given them a second thought. Then something shifted inside the circle of light. Not moved. Shifted. My eyes caught it almost by accident, the way you notice a smudge on glass only when the angle is just right. A shape where there shouldn't have been one. Vertical. Still. Too solid to be a shadow. Too deliberate to be debris. I eased my foot off the accelerator without realizing I'd done it. The engine tone dropped slightly, and the sound change snapped me fully awake. My grip tightened on the wheel. I leaned forward a fraction, squinting through the windshield. There was someone standing there, not near the light, not approaching it, standing directly beneath it. The person was positioned just inside the brightest part of the glow, where the light fell straight down and erased most shadows. It made their outline unnaturally clear while stealing every detail that mattered. I couldn't tell if they were a man or a woman. Couldn't tell their age. Couldn't tell where they were looking. They were just there. They weren't waving. They weren't pacing. They weren't trying to flag me down. They stood perfectly still, arms at their sides, feet planted on the edge of the pavement like they'd been placed there deliberately. Like someone had arranged them under that light and then walked away. My first thought wasn't fear. It was irritation. Who stands like that on the side of a highway at this hour? Most people who end up on the shoulder are frantic about it. They move. They gesture. They step toward the road and then back again. They make themselves visible because they're afraid of being missed. This person didn't look afraid of anything. I checked my mirrors. Empty. The road behind me was as black and quiet as it had been for the last half hour. No approaching headlights. No sign that this was some kind of handoff or roadside scam involving another vehicle. The wind picked up as I drew closer. I heard it before I felt it. A low moaning sound as it moved through the trees beyond the shoulder. The branches swayed just enough to scrape against one another, producing a dry, whispering noise that reminded me of someone brushing fabric together. The radio crackled. Static burst out of the speaker without warning, sharp and sudden, making my shoulders jerk. The host's voice vanished completely, replaced by a hiss that sounded almost wet, like frying oil. I reached for the volume knob again, turning it down another notch, but the static didn't change. It pulsed, rising and falling on its own, as if reacting to something outside the truck instead of inside it. I glanced at the figure again, still motionless. I was close enough now to see clothing, though not clearly. Dark pants, maybe. A jacket or hoodie. The sodium light flattened the colors, turning everything into shades of rust and brown. The person's face remained hidden, not by shadow, but by distance and the strange way the light seemed to refuse detail. My instincts finally stirred. Night work teaches you to read situations fast, not in dramatic ways. No cinematic flashes of insight, just small internal alarms that nudge you toward caution. A feeling that something doesn't line up the way it should. This didn't line up. If their car had broken down, where was it? If they were waiting for someone, why here? If they needed help, why not signal? I slowed further. my speed dropping enough that I could feel the weight of the truck shift. The tires hissed softly on the damp road. My engine idled lower, like it was bracing. The figure didn't react, not even when my headlights swept over them fully. That was the part that bothered me the most. Most people flinch when headlights hit them at night. They shield their eyes, turn their head, step back. It's reflexive. Light that bright feels intrusive when you've been standing in darkness. This person didn't flinch. They didn't raise a hand, didn't turn away, didn't acknowledge the sudden glare at all. They just stood there, facing the road, facing me. I swallowed, my mouth suddenly dry. The wind gusted again, harder this time, rocking the truck slightly. Somewhere under the dash, a relay clicked, a sharp, metallic sound that echoed more loudly than it should have in the quiet cab. It was just the electrical system doing its thing, switching power where it needed to go. But in that moment, the sound felt too deliberate, too timed. Click. The radio hissed louder. I glanced down at the dash cam indicator light without really thinking about it. It was habit, a quick check to make sure everything was running the way it should. Green light meant recording, red meant error. The light was dark. That didn't register right away. My brain slid past it, busy cataloging the scene outside. But something tugged at me, subtle and persistent, until my eyes flicked back to it. The dash cam screen was frozen. The image showed the road behind me, stretched and grainy in black and white. The timestamp in the corner blinked once, and then stopped. The seconds no longer advanced. The image itself didn't glitch or distort. It simply refused to move, as if time on that tiny screen had decided it was done. My stomach tightened. That camera had never failed on me before. Not once. It wasn't fancy, but it was reliable. It survived heat, cold, potholes, and the occasional hard jolt without complaint. If it went down, it usually announced it with a warning tone or a blinking error message. This time, it didn't say a word. The relay clicked again. Click. I looked back at the figure. They were closer now. I'm not saying they moved. I'm saying the distance between us felt shorter than it should have been. Like the space had compressed while I wasn't looking. Like my eyes and my sense of scale were suddenly arguing with each other. The person was still under the light, still motionless, but I could see more of their outline now. The shoulders were slightly hunched, as if they'd been standing there for a long time. Their head was angled downward, just enough that I couldn't see their eyes. I told myself to keep driving. That was the smart move, the obvious move. No one had forced me to slow down. No one had stepped into the road. I could have passed right by, left that light, and whatever stood beneath it behind me in seconds. My foot hovered over the accelerator. The radio crackled again, the static breaking into uneven bursts. For just a fraction of a second, so brief I couldn't be sure it was real, I thought I heard something under the noise. Not words, just a shape of sound, a rhythm that didn't belong to interference. Then it was gone. I exhaled slowly, trying to bleed off the tension creeping into my chest. You're tired, I told myself. This is what tired looks like. You start assigning meaning where there is none. The relay clicked a third time. Click. That was when the figure moved. Not toward me, not away. They tilted their head. Just a small motion, almost casual. The kind of movement you make when you're curious, not desperate. When you're studying something instead of reacting to it. That tiny gesture hit me harder than anything else so far, because it felt intentional, as if they were acknowledging me at last, as if my presence had finally been confirmed. The dashcam screen went black. Not static, not distortion, just black. My heart thudded once, hard enough that I felt it in my throat. I reached for the camera instinctively, fingers brushing the plastic casing, half expecting it to be hot or vibrating. It wasn't. It felt normal, solid, dead. The indicator light blinked. Once, then went dark again. I looked back up. The figure was still there, waiting. And for the first time since I'd noticed them, a thought slipped through my carefully maintained sense of calm. A thought I didn't like and didn't want, but couldn't ignore anymore. Whatever this was, it hadn't appeared by accident. The wind died down suddenly, the trees going still, as if someone had flipped a switch. The radio fell silent, the static cutting off mid-hiss and leaving the cab wrapped in an unnatural quiet. Even the engine seemed louder in the absence of everything else, each vibration echoing in my bones. I realized I'd come almost to a complete stop. My truck idled there on the edge of that pool of orange light, my headlights washing over a person who hadn't asked for help, hadn't tried to leave, and hadn't reacted the way anyone should. My hand tightened on the wheel. I told myself I was still in control, that I could pull away, that nothing had actually happened yet. But deep down, somewhere beneath the rational explanations and the years of night shift discipline, a colder understanding was forming. I hadn't just noticed the figure near the light. The figure had noticed me first. For a few seconds, I just sat there with the engine idling, my headlights cutting a hard white wedge through the orange pool of that roadside lamp. The figure's shadow fell behind them in a long, thin smear, distorted by the angle of the light. It should have looked normal. Just physics. Just a person under a streetlight. But the way they stood, perfectly centered in that glow, made it feel staged, like a scene set up for someone else to arrive. And I had arrived. The rational part of my brain tried to take control. It ran through the usual list of explanations the way you do when you've worked nights too long. Broken down car, out of sight. Someone disoriented. Someone waiting for a ride. Someone high. Someone lost. It's amazing how far your mind will stretch to keep you from admitting you're scared. I rolled the window down a few inches, just enough to speak through without giving the outside too much access to the inside. Cold air slid in immediately, carrying that damp, mineral smell of wet pavement and dead leaves. It made the cabin feel suddenly smaller, like the warmth had been punctured. "Hey," I called, keeping my tone neutral. Not friendly, not aggressive, just normal. "You all right?" The person didn't answer right away. They turned their head slightly, and for the first time I got a sense that they were looking at me. Not at the truck, not at the headlights, but directly at my face behind the glass. I still couldn't make out their features. The light behind them turned the front of their body into a flat silhouette, and my own beams only seemed to brighten their clothes without giving me the details I wanted. Then they spoke. "Yeah," they said. Their voice was calm, not slurred, not panicked. It wasn't even tired. It was the kind of voice you'd expect to hear from someone ordering coffee at a gas station. "Yeah, I'm all right." That alone threw me off a little. People who are all right don't stand on the shoulder at 1:30 in the morning under a lonely light. People who are all right are in bed, or at least inside something with walls. I cleared my throat. "You need a ride? You broke down?" Another pause. Just long enough to feel like they were choosing their words carefully. "No, they said. I didn't break down. The way they said it, like it was an important distinction, made my skin tighten around my ribs. I looked past them, scanning the shoulder and the darker space beyond, trying to pick out the shape of a vehicle. Anything. A hazard light blink, the outline of a hood. Nothing. Just the edge of asphalt dropping into grass, then the black line of trees. "What are you doing out here?" I asked. I tried to keep it casual, but the question came out sharper than I meant it to. "This isn't exactly a good spot." They tilted their head again, that same curious little movement, like a bird studying something shiny. "It's a good spot if you know the road," they said. My mouth went dry. "What do you mean?" I asked, even though I already didn't like where it was going. They took a step closer to my door, slow, unhurried, not aggressive, not threatening, just a smooth closing of distance, as if they'd decided the conversation would be easier if they were nearer. The wet pavement didn't crunch. Their shoes didn't scrape. If they'd been walking on carpet, it wouldn't have been quieter. I hadn't heard a single footstep. I swallowed and forced my eyes to stay on their hands. That's another night shift habit. You watch hands. Hands tell you what someone is about to do long before their face does. Their hands were empty, hanging loose at their sides. No jerky movements, no reaching into pockets. Still, I didn't like how close they were standing now. Close enough that if they leaned forward, they could have rested their knuckles on my door. "This is County Road 12, they said, as if answering the question I hadn't asked. Or at least, that's what locals call it before it merges. The interstate's a few miles back. My stomach sank in a slow, unpleasant way. That wasn't the kind of information you drop casually. Not unless you've been here before. Not unless you've studied it. Most people couldn't tell you what road they were on if you handed them a map and a highlighter. "How do you—" I started. They cut me off, still calm. "You're headed east. You took the cut to avoid the way station, off exit 214. My fingers tightened on the steering wheel so hard my knuckles whitened. That was true. I had taken that cut. It wasn't illegal. It was common. But it wasn't something you did unless you were familiar with the road. And it wasn't something a stranger should have known about me, sitting in my truck, on this stretch of wet road. I forced a laugh that didn't sound like a laugh. A lot of folks take this road. Not at this hour, they replied. The radio, which had gone unnaturally quiet a minute earlier, gave a soft pop, not static. Just a single small electrical sound that made me jump more than it should have. My brain felt like it was balancing on a thin wire, and every little noise threatened to shake it loose. I tried to anchor myself in the ordinary. I glanced at the dashboard, temperature gauge steady, RPM low, everything normal, everything behaving. The person's voice cut in again. "You work nights," they said, like it was the simplest fact in the world. It wasn't a question. It wasn't even said like a guess. They said it like they knew. I stared at them. "Excuse me?" They nodded slightly, as if confirming something to themselves. "Night shift. You do the same loop. You pass here, what, 4 nights a week? Sometimes 5. Depends on the week." My throat tightened. The inside of my mouth felt suddenly too small. My mind scrambled for a way to make it make sense. Maybe they'd seen my company logo on the side. Maybe they worked nearby. Maybe they were a local and had noticed my truck before. Maybe this was just coincidence, and my nerves were turning it into something else. But they weren't looking at my logo. They were looking at me. I forced myself to speak. Do I know you? The question came out quieter than I intended, a little too honest. For the first time, their mouth twitched. Not a smile exactly, more like the beginning of one. A small, contained expression that vanished before it fully formed. No, they said. You don't. They paused, then added, not yet. My stomach dropped so fast, it felt like missing a step on stairs. I should have driven off right then. I know that now. I know it with the clarity of hindsight that makes you want to scream at your past self. But in the moment, my brain was still clinging to the idea that this was explainable, that I was misunderstanding, that I was tired, that I was making a big deal out of a person who'd maybe just been watching the road. So I did what people do when they're trying to keep things normal. I asked a normal question. Where you headed? I said. I can drop you at the next truck stop, or... They shook their head. No, I'm not going anywhere with you. Then why? I started again. They leaned closer, just slightly, as if sharing a secret. Because you always stop, they said. A pulse of cold went through me, starting at the base of my spine and spreading outward. I stared at them, not understanding, not wanting to understand. I don't always stop, I said, too quickly. They blinked slowly. You do, when it looks like somebody needs help. My hands went damp on the wheel. This was wrong. This was past weird and into something else. I tried to find the line where this crossed into danger. It felt like I'd already crossed it and hadn't noticed. The person's eyes were still hidden, but I could feel them anyway. That sensation you get when someone stares at you too long and your skin seems to tighten in response. They continued, voice quiet. You stopped last winter when a guy had his hood up near mile marker 88. You stopped 2 months ago when a woman was standing by the rest area sign. My breath caught. Those had happened. They weren't dramatic, just small moments. Quick check. Hey, you okay? Then back on the road. Moments I'd already forgotten, except this person hadn't. I tried to speak, but my tongue felt thick. How do you know that? They didn't answer the question. Instead, they shifted their weight slightly and glanced toward my passenger seat, where my jacket was tossed over a bag. That glance was quick. Blink and you miss it. But it made something inside me recoil, like they were taking inventory. My eyes followed their glance despite myself. The inside of the cab looked suddenly exposed, too visible, too accessible. I reached up and rolled the window another inch higher. The motor whined softly. The movement was small, defensive, instinctive. The person didn't react. They didn't step back. They didn't get offended. They just waited, patient as a statue. The dash cam indicator blinked once again, dim, uncertain, and then went dark. I saw it out of the corner of my eye, and the timing of it made my stomach twist. The person's gaze flicked down toward the dashboard, not toward the steering wheel, not toward my hands, toward the dash cam, like they'd noticed it too. The radio gave another soft pop, then static returned in a thin ribbon, barely audible, like someone whispering from far away. I couldn't make out words, but the sound made the cabin feel crowded, claustrophobic. I forced myself to inhale slowly through my nose. Wet pavement, diesel, old coffee, pine air freshener losing its fight. I told myself, stay calm, don't escalate, don't give them a reason. Look, I said, choosing each word carefully. If you're all right, then you should probably get off the shoulder. It's dangerous standing out here. They nodded, as if I'd offered helpful advice at a normal time of day. It is dangerous, they agreed. Then, in the same calm tone, they asked, Do you have a camera inside the yard? My heart stuttered. What? I said sharp. The yard, they repeated, as if clarifying a misunderstanding. Where you parked? The gate. A side lot. I felt my face go hot. My mind raced. I hadn't said anything about a yard, about parking, about gates. Those were details you only knew if you knew my routine. And I was suddenly, violently aware that they did know it. I gripped the wheel and stared straight ahead, because if I looked at them too long, I was afraid my expression would betray how scared I was becoming. Who are you? I asked. My voice came out lower, rougher. What do you want? This time, the person's mouth did curl, just slightly, a controlled little smile that didn't reach their eyes, if their eyes were even visible. I don't want anything, they said, not from you. They paused, letting the words settle in the cold air between us. Then they added, softer, I just wanted to see if you'd do it. My pulse hammered in my ears. Do what? I demanded, and immediately hated that I'd asked. Because the moment the words left my mouth, I knew the answer. Stop. They didn't need to say it. The whole scene was built around it. The light, the empty shoulder, the perfect stillness. The way they stood there without waving, as if they didn't need to. I felt the urge to slam the truck into gear and leave so badly it made my legs tense. But I also knew that panic could make you do stupid things. Hit the gas too hard, fishtail on wet pavement, lose control. Night work had drilled that into me. Stay controlled, stay alive. So I did the opposite of what my body wanted. I moved slowly. I clicked the door locks. The sound was loud in the cab, a sharp, mechanical thunk that seemed to announce my fear out loud. The person's smile didn't change. If anything, it seemed to deepen, just a fraction. Smart, they said. I stared at them, my stomach turning. Back up, I said. They didn't. I reached for the window controls and raised the glass another inch, my eyes never leaving their silhouette. The person finally took a step back, and that should have relieved me. But it didn't, because the step back made me realize something that hit like a small punch to the ribs. They had been close enough to touch my window, close enough to lean in if it had been open, close enough that if they'd wanted to, they could have done something before I even reacted. And I hadn't heard them get that close. I didn't remember inviting them closer. That thought landed in my mind with a cold finality, as if it had been waiting there all along. I had rolled the window down a few inches. I had asked if they were all right. I had tried to keep things normal. Somewhere in that sequence, the distance between us had vanished, and I couldn't point to the moment it happened. I stared at the figure under the orange light, my breath fogging the inside of the glass, my fingers clenched tight around the steering wheel. And I realized something else too, something that made the hair on my arms lift. They weren't surprised I'd locked the doors. They weren't offended. They weren't even angry. They were satisfied. Like the stopping was all they needed. Like now that I'd proven I would stop for a stranger on an empty road at 1:32 in the morning, the night could finally begin. The first thing I noticed after I locked the doors was how loud my own truck suddenly became. It sounds ridiculous, because the engine had been running the whole time, the heater cycling like it always did, the dash lights humming their faint electrical note. But the moment I clicked those locks, it was like my brain stopped filtering. Every sound came forward, sharp and separate, each one asking to be interpreted. The cab wasn't just a cab anymore. It was a small, sealed room, with thin glass walls and a stranger outside it. The heater kicked off with a soft thunk. A second later, the fan slowed down, its pitch dropping in a lazy spiral until it stopped, leaving a brief hollow silence behind. In that silence, I heard the leather seat under me squeak as I shifted my weight, and the sound was so ordinary it made me angry. Like my body hadn't gotten the message that the night had changed. Outside, the figure stood under the orange light, with their hands still at their sides, not raised, not clenched, just hanging there, patient. They didn't walk away. They didn't step forward. They didn't do anything that would let me categorize them neatly as a threat or a harmless weirdo. They just stayed in the place they'd chosen, like that circle of light belonged to them. I kept my eyes on their hands and forced my voice to stay steady. "I can't help you if you won't tell me what you need," I said through the barely opened window. It wasn't true. I could help myself by driving away. But something in me still wanted to end this, like a normal human interaction, with a neat conclusion. A "sorry, I can't." A "good luck." A definitive moment where the story could stop being a story. The person nodded slowly, like they appreciated the logic. "I don't need help," they said again. Calm. Even. Like we were negotiating the temperature in a room. "Then you should get off the shoulder," I repeated, harsher this time. "It's not safe." Their head tilted a fraction, and for the first time, I thought I could see the edge of their face. Pale skin catching the sodium light. Features still blurred by distance and glare. I couldn't tell if they were young or old, male or female. The lack of detail made it worse. If I could have placed them, if I could have decided who they were, I might have been able to decide what to do. Instead, they asked, "Do you live alone?" The question landed in the cab like a dead weight. I didn't answer. My first instinct was to laugh, like it was a weird joke. But nothing about their tone suggested humor. They asked it the same way you'd ask someone if they preferred regular or decaf. "Why would you ask that?" I said. They shrugged. Just a small lift of the shoulders, barely there. "It matters." "No, it doesn't," I said quickly, and immediately heard how defensive it sounded. The leather seat creaked again when I leaned closer to the wheel. I hated that sound. It made me aware of my own movements, the way a person inside a glass tank becomes aware they're being watched. I tried to sit still after that, as if stillness could make me less visible. The heater clicked back on. Warm air pushed out of the vent near my knees in a quiet rush, and the sudden warmth felt wrong, like someone turning on lights in a room where they shouldn't. Outside, the figure's voice stayed soft. "You don't have to answer. I can usually tell." My stomach tightened so hard, it felt like it folded in on itself. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" I asked. They didn't respond right away. Their gaze shifted, just slightly, toward the passenger side window, then back to my face. The movement was subtle, almost polite, but it carried a message I didn't like. "I'm taking you in." They were studying me the way you study a door you plan to open. Not with urgency, with patience. "I mean," they said slowly, "I don't see a car seat in there. No kids' stuff. No wrappers everywhere. Your cab's too clean for someone who's always got people riding with them." I swallowed. That was the kind of observation a bored person might make. But it wasn't boredom in their voice. It was certainty. "And you don't wear a ring," they added. My left hand tightened on the steering wheel. I glanced down without meaning to, and in doing so, I confirmed that they'd been looking. They'd noticed. they'd cataloged. I hadn't thought about my ring in years. Night work does that. You lose track of small symbols. The ring comes off one day because it catches on a glove, or it feels tight after a long shift, and then you forget to put it back on because no one is there to notice. Eventually, it doesn't feel like taking it off. It feels like it was never there. The figure's voice stayed level. So, yeah, I guess you live alone. I didn't like that my silence could be interpreted as an answer. Listen, I said, forcing calm into my words like you force a stubborn zipper up. You need to move along. This is private property past the shoulder. If you're waiting for someone, you should do it somewhere else. Their mouth twitched again, that almost smile. Private property, they repeated, tasting the phrase. You mean the yard? My blood went cold. I stared at them through the glass, my breath fogging the small gap near the window. Don't say that. Why? They asked, genuinely curious. It is a yard. You've got the gate, the keypad, the little camera up on the post that's always tilted a few degrees too far left. My hand moved toward the window controls without thinking. I raised the glass another inch. The motor whined softly, and the sound made my nerves flare. Too loud, too exposed. I wanted the window sealed. I wanted the cab to be a capsule. I wanted their voice farther away from me. It didn't help. Sound still got through. Meaning still got through. How do you know about that? I asked, and my voice cracked slightly on the last word. The figure didn't answer. They stepped sideways, just a half step, still under the orange light, but now at a different angle. The motion made my eyes track them automatically. Again, I didn't hear footsteps. The only sound was the faint hiss of my idling truck and the slow cycle of the heater. They looked up toward the light pole itself for a moment, then back at me, as if comparing two things in their mind. Does your camera work tonight? They asked. I stared. What? The dash cam, they clarified, and their eyes, still hidden, seemed to flick toward the area of my windshield where it was mounted. Is it working? My throat tightened. I forced myself not to look at it, because if I looked at it, I'd admit that I was thinking about it. I'd admit that the camera mattered. And if the camera mattered to them, that meant something had already gone wrong. It works, I lied. They nodded slowly, like they didn't believe me, but weren't going to argue. And the yard camera? The one at the gate. Does that work? Why are you asking me that? I said, sharper. Their tone stayed polite, almost gentle. Because it's a shame when things don't record the way people think they record. The heater shut off again, and the sudden drop in fan noise made their words feel louder. In the quiet that followed, I heard the faint tick of cooling metal somewhere under the hood, like a clock counting down. I wanted to drive away. That urge was now a physical thing. My foot pressed lightly against the brake, my other leg tense, ready to move. But leaving felt complicated in a way it shouldn't have. If I hit the gas, would they step in front of me? Would they throw something? Would I clip them and spend the rest of my life explaining it to cops who'd look at me like a monster? It was a stupid worry, but it was real. Night work teaches you that the worst outcomes aren't always the most dramatic. Sometimes they're the ones where you survive and still lose everything. I'm not answering questions, I said. You need to back away from my truck. The figure took a small step back. Not much, just enough to show compliance without really giving me space. It felt calculated, like they were meeting me halfway, only to keep me engaged. Okay, they said. Then I'll ask something else. My jaw tightened. Don't. They ignored that. What time do you get home? They asked. A rush of heat climbed up my neck. I'm done, I snapped, and my hand went to the gear shift. Not yet moving it, just touching it, feeling the cool plastic under my fingers. That small contact made me feel slightly more in control. A reminder that the truck wasn't just a room. It was also a weapon, a way out. The figure's voice stayed calm. You usually hit your driveway around 2:30, sometimes later. Depends if you stop for coffee. I froze. The leather seat creaked softly under my sudden stillness. My mind went blank for half a second, then flooded with a dozen thoughts at once. No, that's not possible. They're guessing. They're bluffing. They're fishing. But the time they said, 2:30, was right. Not always, but often enough. And even if it was a lucky guess, the fact that they were guessing at all made me feel exposed. Who are you? I said again. But this time, it wasn't a question. It was a plea for the world to make sense. They didn't answer. Instead, they asked, "Do you have neighbors?" I stared at them like they'd slapped me. The question was so casual, so domestic, so far removed from the shoulder of a highway at 1:30 in the morning that it made my skin crawl. It was like they'd reached into my normal life with dirty hands. "Stop," I said. My voice was low now, strained. "You need to stop." The figure tilted their head again. "Why? It's just conversation." "You asked if I was all right. I'm asking if you are." That made something in me flare. Anger, real anger, because it was so backwards. It was so smug. They were treating my fear like a social exchange. "I'm fine," I said tightly. "And I'm leaving." I started to lift my foot off the brake. At that exact moment, the radio, which had been behaving in a broken, intermittent way all night, suddenly came alive at full clarity. No fade in, no warning. 1 second, it was quiet static. The next, the host's voice filled the cab, loud and crisp, like he'd been sitting in the passenger seat the whole time. "And if you're just now joining us," the host said, "it's 1:32 a.m. I jerked, startled. My hand flew to the volume knob, twisting it down. The host's voice fell, muffled, but the damage was done. My heart hammered against my ribs. The time, 1:32, hit me like a nail. That had been the time when I saw the figure. That had been the time when the dash cam froze. And now the radio, out of nowhere, was announcing it like a marker. Outside, the figure didn't react to the radio at all. They didn't flinch, didn't glance at the cab. It was like they'd expected it. They leaned forward slightly, just enough that their silhouette moved nearer to my window again, and my body tightened instinctively. "I like this station," they said softly. "It gets clearer out here, doesn't it?" My stomach turned. "No," I said, even though it was a lie. The station had been worse out here. That was the point. The figure's almost smile returned. "Sometimes things get clearer when you're far away from everyone." My fingers clenched around the gear shift. They continued, voice still smooth, still polite, but there was a shift in it now, something sliding under the words. Curiosity sharpening into something else, interest becoming intent. "Do you keep your curtains closed?" they asked. "What?" I snapped, even though I'd heard them. "At home," they said. "Do you keep the curtains closed? Or do you leave them open because you think no one can see you?" My breath came fast and shallow. The heater clicked on again, thunk, and warm air spilled into the cab, but it felt like heat in a fever dream. It made the cabin smell stronger of coffee and plastic and my own sweat. The seat creaked again when I shifted. The sound made me furious at myself. I felt like a trapped animal making noise in a cage. "Back away," I said, and there was no politeness left in my voice now. Right now. The figure didn't step away this time. Instead, they asked, "Do you have cameras inside your house?" It was the same topic again. Cameras. Recording. Watching. I realized then that the conversation wasn't wandering. It wasn't random. They were circling something. Testing. They wanted to know what could see them, what could remember them, what evidence would exist if things went wrong. My mouth went dry. I tried to speak, but all that came out at first was a rough exhale. "I'm done talking," I said. "Get away from my truck." Their voice lowered, not in volume, but in intimacy. "I'm not trying to scare you." I laughed. A single, ugly sound that didn't contain humor. "Really?" They nodded slowly, as if acknowledging my disbelief. People scare themselves. I'm just asking questions. The tone had changed now. It wasn't friendly anymore. It wasn't even curious. It was invasive, like they were peeling back my life layer by layer, not with force, but with patience. Like they knew that if they kept talking long enough, I'd answer something by accident. They asked, "Do you sleep light?" I didn't respond. They asked, "Do you lock your bedroom door?" Still nothing. They asked, "Do you keep a weapon?" That one made my stomach clench hard. I felt an almost automatic impulse to deny it, whether it was true or not, because I didn't want them to know anything real about my defenses. I forced myself to stay silent. The figure held that silence with ease. No fidgeting, no awkwardness. They seemed comfortable in the quiet, as if quiet was their natural environment. Finally, they spoke again, and their voice carried a soft satisfaction that made my skin prickle. "You're careful," they said. "That's good." I stared at them through the glass. "What do you want from me?" They paused, and in that pause, I heard everything again. The idle of the engine, the whisper of air through the vents, the faint buzz of the overhead light outside, the damp wind threading through the trees. Then they said something that didn't make sense until later. Something that sounded almost harmless in the moment, like a comment you'd forget. "I don't want anything," they said. "I just needed to know if you were the kind of person who stops." My throat tightened. "Why?" They took another small step back, returning to the center of that orange circle like they belonged there. And as they moved, I realized again how impossible it felt, how my brain kept expecting the sound of shoes on wet asphalt, and how it never arrived. "I'm just checking," they said, "because some people don't need help." The words landed heavy. It wasn't what they said. It was what they implied. That there were people out here who didn't need assistance, didn't need saving, didn't need kindness. Because kindness was simply a door, and doors were meant to be tested. My fingers trembled slightly on the gear shift. I hated that. I forced them still. The heater clicked off again. The sudden quiet made the space between us feel wider and more dangerous. And the conversation, which had started with, "You all right?" like a normal roadside exchange, had slipped somewhere I couldn't follow. It had become something else entirely, an interrogation disguised as small talk. The figure waited, patient, as if expecting me to speak. I didn't. I couldn't shake the feeling that every word I said was another piece of myself I was handing over. So I stared straight ahead, breathed through my nose, and tried to do the only thing night shifts had ever taught me to do when things stopped making sense. Stay controlled. Stay alive. Don't give the darkness anything it can use. But even as I prepared to drive away, one cold truth kept pressing at the back of my mind, growing clearer with every second. This wasn't a conversation meant to end with, "Have a good night." It was a conversation meant to find out what kind of night I was about to have. It took me longer than it should have to understand what was happening. And that delay is the part that still bothers me the most. At first, I thought I was dealing with a strange person, someone intrusive, socially off, maybe even unstable. I kept waiting for the moment where the mask would drop, the raised voice, the sudden lunge, the demand, something obvious that would let me flip the switch in my head from uneasy to danger, but it never came. Instead, the figure stayed exactly where they were, standing in that pool of orange light like they'd been bolted to the pavement. They didn't shout. They didn't threaten. They didn't even raise their voice. They let the quiet do the work for them. And little by little, I realized that was the point. They weren't trying to scare me. They were trying to measure me. The heater cycled again, thunk, and a wave of warm air spilled across my shins. It should have been comforting. Instead, it made the cab feel sealed, insulated from the outside world in a way that suddenly felt dangerous. The leather seat creaked faintly as I shifted, and I forced myself to still. I didn't want to give them anything else to read. Outside, the figure waited, not impatient, not restless, waiting like someone who knew time was on their side. "You're not going to answer," they said finally, their voice cutting gently into the silence. "That's fine." I didn't respond. I kept my eyes forward, fixed on the edge of the road just past their shoulder, as if the line of asphalt itself might offer some guidance. My pulse beat loud in my ears, steady but hard, like it was knocking from the inside. "You think if you don't say anything," they continued, "this just stays awkward." The way they said awkward made my jaw tighten. It was such a normal word for such an abnormal situation. But it doesn't, they said. It just gets quieter. The radio, as if on cue, fizzed softly and then fell silent again. No host, no static, just the low hum of the truck's electrical system and the distant whisper of wind through trees. Quiet. I realized then that they were right about one thing. Silence didn't end this. Silence just gave it room to stretch. "You're still here," they said. "So that means something." I exhaled through my nose, slow and controlled. "I'm leaving," I said, even though my foot hadn't moved yet. They nodded. "You could." Their calmness was infuriating. It made every emotion I felt seem disproportionate, like I was the one overreacting. That's a dangerous place to be mentally. When your instincts are screaming, but the situation refuses to justify them in obvious ways. "You won't," they added softly. I snapped my eyes back to them. "You don't know that." They tilted their head again. That same small, studying motion. "You're still deciding." The leather seat creaked as I leaned forward, my grip tightening on the steering wheel. "Get away from my truck." They took a step back, one full step this time, returning to the center of the light. It was compliance, technically, but it didn't feel like retreat. It felt like concession, like they were letting me have a small win to see what I'd do with it. "You see?" they said. "No problem." And that's when it clicked. They weren't testing how far they could push me physically. They were testing how much control they already had. They'd asked about my home, my routines, my cameras, not to threaten me, but to see how I reacted, to see where my breathing changed, when my hands tightened, what made me look away. They were mapping me. I felt a surge of anger then, hot and sharp, and I almost welcomed it. Anger felt better than fear. Anger felt active. "You don't know anything about me," I said. They smiled, really smiled this time, though it was still small and contained. "I know enough." The heater clicked off again. The sudden quiet made my teeth press together. "Enough for what?" I asked. They didn't answer right away. Instead, they glanced down at the ground, then back up at me, like they were checking their footing before stepping somewhere deeper. "To know where the lines are," they said, "and how close I am to them." My stomach twisted. "I haven't crossed anything," I said. "No," they agreed. "Not yet." That yet hung in the air between us, heavy and deliberate. I stared at them, my heart pounding. Every instinct told me to leave, to end this now, before it became something worse. But another part of me, quieter and more insidious, wanted clarity, wanted to understand what game I'd stumbled into. That part of me was the weakness they'd been looking for. They took advantage of it immediately. "Does your phone usually vibrate like that?" they asked. I froze. My phone hadn't made a sound. I hadn't felt it move. But the way they said it, casual, observant, made my eyes flick down before I could stop them. The phone was still in the cup holder. Then it vibrated. Not a long buzz, just a single, sharp pulse that rattled against the plastic, loud in the quiet cab. The sound hit me like a slap. I stared at it. The screen lit up. My chest tightened so hard it felt like my ribs were closing in. I didn't touch the phone right away. I couldn't. Some instinct told me that whatever was on that screen mattered, and that once I saw it, there would be no unseeing it. Outside, the figure watched me closely. "Go on," they said softly. "You should check it." I forced my hand to move. My fingers felt clumsy, thick, as I lifted the phone from the cup holder. The screen glowed white against the dim interior, bright enough to make my eyes water. It wasn't a text message. It wasn't a call. It was a notification, a location alert. The kind you get from apps you don't think about until they decide to remind you they exist. The text was simple, clinical. Unusual activity detected near your location. Below it was a small map preview. I didn't need to zoom in to know what it would show. I already knew. My heart hammered as I expanded it anyway, my thumb shaking as the image sharpened. A blue dot marked my truck. A red pin pulsed just a few yards away, directly beneath the icon that represented the streetlight, directly where the figure stood. A wave of cold washed over me so fast it made me dizzy. I looked up. The figure hadn't moved. They were still standing there, hands relaxed, posture open. But something had changed. I could feel it in the air, the way you can feel pressure change before a storm. They knew. They'd known it would happen. That's not possible," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. They smiled again, wider this time, satisfied. "Sure it is," they said. "You just don't usually think about how." My mind raced. Location sharing, apps, permissions, all the little boxes you check without reading, all the things that run quietly in the background of your life, collecting, tracking, updating. "This is just a coincidence," I said, though I didn't believe it. They shook their heads slowly. "You don't believe that?" I swallowed hard. How did you? They cut me off gently. I didn't touch your phone. That was the worst part. They were right. They hadn't touched anything. They hadn't stepped closer. Hadn't forced their way in. Hadn't threatened me with violence or demanded anything at all. And yet, somehow, they were inside my space anyway. Inside my systems. Inside my routines. Inside my head. The heater kicked on again, blowing warm air that made sweat break out along my spine. The leather seat creaked as I shifted, unable to sit still anymore. My hands trembled slightly around the phone. "What do you want?" I asked again. They shrugged. "I told you, I don't want anything." "Then why are you doing this?" Their gaze softened, not with empathy, but with something like amusement. "Because you stopped." The words hit harder this time. "You saw the light," they continued. "You saw me standing here, and you decided to engage." My pulse roared in my ears. "That doesn't give you the right. It doesn't give me anything," they said. "You gave it to yourself." I stared at the map on my phone, at the red pin, pulsing like a heartbeat. The implication settled in slowly, and when it did, it made my stomach churn. They weren't trying to rob me. They weren't trying to hurt me. They were proving something. Proving how easily a person could be pulled out of their routine. How little effort it took to gain access. Not through force, but through curiosity and courtesy and the simple act of stopping. "You don't need a weapon to control someone," they said quietly, as if responding to my thoughts. "You just need to understand what they're afraid of." I felt exposed in a way I'd never felt before, like my life had been peeled open and laid out under that orange light for inspection. "Turn around," I said suddenly, my voice shaking with a new urgency. "Face away from my truck." They raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "Because I said so," I snapped. For a moment, I thought they wouldn't comply. The tension stretched, taut and thin. Then slowly, they turned, giving me their back. I exhaled sharply, relief mixing with fear. But the relief didn't last. They didn't walk away. They didn't leave the light. They just stood there, back turned, perfectly still. "You see?" they said, their voice carrying easily over their shoulder. No touching, no threats. My phone vibrated again. I nearly dropped it. Another notification appeared on the screen, stacking beneath the first. Motion detected. I felt my stomach drop. "Where?" I asked, even though I didn't want to know. They didn't turn around. "Near the gate." My blood ran cold. "The yard," they added. "Your yard." I stared at the phone, my thumb hovering over the screen, afraid to open it and afraid not to. The figure remained motionless, as if they didn't need to watch me anymore. They'd already won something. I didn't know how they'd done it. I didn't know how much was real and how much was manipulation. But one thing was clear now, in a way it hadn't been before. They were in control. Not because they were stronger, not because they were armed, but because they understood something I'd spent years ignoring. That control doesn't come from force. It comes from knowing exactly where to stand and exactly who will stop when they see you there. I don't remember the exact second I decided to leave. I wish I did, because it would be comforting to believe there was a clean moment, some clear internal line where fear turned into action and instinct took over. But the truth is messier than that. It was less a decision and more a slow, inevitable slide toward survival, like my body had quietly agreed to do what my mind was still arguing about. The figure remained under the light, their back still turned to me, their silhouette calm and contained. They didn't move when my foot pressed down harder on the brake, didn't react when my hand tightened around the gear shift. They didn't need to. The point had already been made. The phone in my hand felt heavier than it should have. I lowered it slowly, resting it back in the cup holder face up, as if keeping it visible might somehow keep it honest. The screen dimmed, but the last notification stayed burned into my thoughts like an afterimage. Motion detected. Near the yard. My yard. My breathing had gone shallow without me realizing it. Each inhale felt like it stopped just short of where it needed to go. Like my lungs were afraid to expand too much. I forced myself to take one deep breath, then another, slow and deliberate, counting the seconds in my head the way they teach you to do when panic threatens to take over. Outside, the wind stirred again, brushing through the trees with a low, restless sound. The sodium light buzzed faintly overhead. Everything else stayed still. I shifted the truck into drive. The sound of the transmission engaging was loud in the quiet cab, a solid mechanical clunk that felt grounding, real, tangible. It reminded me that I wasn't trapped in a dream or some abstract psychological game. I was sitting in a machine that weighed several tons, on a road that still led somewhere else. The figure didn't turn around. That bothered me more than if they had. I eased my foot off the brake and rolled forward slowly, careful not to jerk the wheel or accelerate too hard on the damp pavement. The truck crept ahead, headlights sliding past the edge of the orange-lit circle and into the darkness beyond. For a few long seconds, the figure remained in my peripheral vision, a shape in my side mirror that refused to shrink the way it should have. Then the curve of the road took them out of sight. I didn't relax. I kept driving, eyes flicking constantly between the road ahead and the mirrors, waiting for movement, waiting for headlights to appear behind me, waiting for something, anything, that would tell me this wasn't over yet. My hands were steady on the wheel, but my forearms ached with tension, muscles locked and unwilling to let go. The radio stayed silent, not static, not music, just nothing. The absence of sound felt deliberate, like the world itself was holding back to see what I'd do next. I reached for the volume knob and turned it up a notch. Still nothing. I turned it further. The speaker hissed faintly, then cut out again. I turned it off. Quiet felt safer somehow. The next few miles passed in a blur. I stayed well under the speed limit, even though every nerve in my body urged me to push harder, to put distance between myself and that light as fast as possible. Speed felt dangerous. Speed felt like a mistake waiting to happen. I needed control more than I needed distance. I checked my mirrors again and again. Empty. The road behind me remained black and undisturbed. My phone didn't vibrate again. That should have been reassuring. Instead, it made my stomach knot tighter. Silence had already proven it could be a weapon. When I reached the point where the road widened and the pavement smoothed out, the little psychological finish line I'd been counting down to earlier, I felt no relief at all. The sense of normalcy I'd expected never came. It was like something essential had been stripped away, and no amount of familiar scenery could replace it. I drove another 10 minutes before I allowed myself to pull off. The place I chose wasn't a truck stop or a rest area. It was a small, dimly lit gas station that looked half asleep, its canopy lights casting weak pools of white onto empty pumps. The convenience store inside glowed fluorescent and harsh, like a fish tank dropped into the darkness. I parked near the edge of the lot, angled so I could see the road from my side mirror. I didn't turn the engine off right away. I just sat there, listening to it idle, feeling the vibration travel up through the seat into my spine. Only then did my hands start to shake. It wasn't dramatic, no full-body tremors, just a fine, persistent tremble that made my fingers feel unreliable. I clenched them into fists and released them slowly, trying to work the tension out. My heart still pounded, but it had shifted from panic to something duller and heavier. Aftershock. I glanced at the phone again. No new notifications. I told myself that meant nothing. Whatever had happened out there, whatever that figure had been doing, it didn't necessarily have to continue. I hadn't seen them follow me. I hadn't seen another vehicle. There was no proof that the alert near my yard was anything more than coincidence, a badly timed glitch, a raccoon tripping a sensor. That was the story I wanted to believe. I didn't believe it. I stepped out of the truck and immediately regretted it. The cool night air hit my face and hands, and without the glass and steel of the cab around me, the world felt too open, too exposed. The sound of my boots on the pavement seemed impossibly loud, each step echoing off the quiet building. I scanned the lot, the road, the dark spaces between the trees beyond the pumps. Nothing moved. The gas station felt abandoned, like it might shut off its lights and disappear if I blinked. I went back inside the truck and shut the door, harder than necessary. That's when I made the call. My phone felt slippery in my hand as I brought it to my ear. The line rang twice before someone answered, a voice steady and professional, slightly distorted by distance. "Sheriff's office," the dispatcher said. "What's your emergency?" I hesitated. I didn't know how to frame what had happened without sounding ridiculous, without sounding paranoid, without inviting the kind of skepticism that would turn this into a story about a tired night worker spooking himself under a streetlight. "There was someone on the side of the road," I said finally. "Back on County Road 12, near the old pull-off." "What kind of someone?" the dispatcher asked. I closed my eyes and pictured the figure under the light, the lack of detail, the way they refused to fit into any clear category. "I'm not sure," I admitted. "Just a person, standing under a light. They were asking questions about my routine, about cameras." There was a brief pause on the line. Papers rustled. Keys clicked. "Did they threaten you?" the dispatcher asked. "No," I said. The word felt wrong in my mouth. "Not directly." "Did they touch you? Try to enter your vehicle?" "No." "Were any weapons visible?" "No." Another pause. Longer this time. "Can you describe them?" she asked. I tried. I really did. But the description felt useless as I said it out loud. Average height, dark clothing, no clear features, no clear age, no clear gender. Every detail slid away as soon as I reached for it, like trying to remember a face from a dream. "I'm sorry," I said quietly. "I know that's not much." "That's all right," she replied. But her tone had shifted just slightly, not dismissive, just distant, like she was already filing this under something unlikely to go anywhere. She asked for my name, my location, my direction of travel. She told me to stay where I was if I felt unsafe, and that a unit would check the area when available. "When?" I asked. "As soon as one's free," she said. I thanked her and ended the call, feeling smaller than I had before. I sat there for several minutes, engine still idling, eyes glued to the road. No cruiser lights appeared, no sirens, nothing changed. Eventually, The adrenaline began to drain, leaving behind a heavy fatigue that settled into my bones. I couldn't stay there forever. The drive home felt longer than usual. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every passing car, even the few that appeared, made my muscles tense until they'd gone by. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I cut the engine and sat in the dark, listening to the ticking of cooling metal and the distant hum of night insects. I didn't get out right away. My phone stayed silent. I forced myself to check the yard camera before I did anything else. The app took a few seconds to load. Too many seconds. My heart thudded with each spinning icon. When the feed finally appeared, it showed the familiar grainy image of my gate, illuminated by a weak security light. The fence line was still. The ground was empty. No movement, no figures, no obvious signs of disturbance. I scrolled back through the footage. The timeline skipped. Not smoothly. Not in a way that suggested nothing had happened. There was a gap, a block of missing time that the app skipped over without explanation, jumping from one timestamp to another as if the in-between simply didn't exist. I checked the settings. The camera was still listed as active. No error messages. No alerts beyond the one I'd already seen. The footage was gone. I stood there in the quiet of my driveway, phone glowing in my hand, and felt a strange sense of loss that went beyond fear. It wasn't just that something unsettling had happened. It was that the evidence, the thing that could have anchored it to reality, had been erased. Inside, my house felt different, not changed in any obvious way. The furniture was where it always was. The lights worked. The familiar smells greeted me. But there was a subtle shift in how the space felt. Like I'd walked into a room where someone had recently been standing and left behind a trace of their presence. I locked the door behind me. I checked the windows. I pulled the curtains closed. Sleep didn't come easily. Every sound, the refrigerator cycling on, the house settling, a car passing somewhere far away, pulled me back to that moment under the orange light. I replayed the conversation again and again, searching for the exact point where I could have ended it sooner, where I could have stayed in control. Morning didn't make it better. When I followed up with the sheriff's office later that day, the response was polite and brief. No one matching that description was located, the deputy told me. No reports from other drivers. No signs of anyone lingering in that area. I asked about cameras along the road, traffic cams, anything that might have captured the pull-off. Nothing usable, he said. Those cameras don't always record the way people think they do. The words echoed in my head, uncomfortably close to something the figure had said. I hung up and sat there, staring at nothing. Days passed, then weeks. Nothing else happened. No strange notifications. No figures under streetlights. No unexplained movement near my yard. Life resumed its familiar rhythm, and on the surface, it looked like the night had been nothing more than a strange encounter, an uncomfortable memory that would fade with time. But it didn't fade. It settled. Every time I drive at night now, I notice the lights more, the isolated ones, the ones that illuminate nothing and no one. I notice how easily a person can stand beneath them and become a silhouette instead of an identity. I notice how often I slow down when something looks out of place, and how often I force myself not to. Because the truth I learned that night isn't about danger in the way people usually mean it. It isn't about violence or threats or even fear in its loudest form. It's about something quieter, something patient. Whatever that thing was out there on County Road 12, it didn't need me. It didn't need my help. It didn't need my trust. It didn't need to follow me home. It just needed to know I'd stop. And now, every time I see a lone figure under a light on an empty road at 1:32 in the morning, I keep driving. Not because I'm braver, but because I understand, finally, what some people are really waiting for. The first time I saw red and blue lights in my mirror after what happened on County Road 12, my body reacted before my mind did. It wasn't fear in the dramatic sense. Not at first. It was a pure, involuntary tightening, like a seatbelt snapping across my chest from the inside. My hands went firmer on the wheel. My shoulders rose. My breathing shortened. I didn't choose any of it. My nervous system remembered the idea of being watched, of being singled out in the dark, and it lit every warning light it had. The road that night was I-84, just after the Idaho line, heading into Oregon. The sky was the color of old steel, cloudy, low, and heavy enough that even the moonlight felt smothered. There were long stretches where the highway ran like a scar through nothing but dark timber, the trees tall and packed tight, their tops swaying slightly in the wind you couldn't feel until you passed a gap and the cab rocked. I'd been driving for hours, the kind of hours that blur together until you're measuring time by landmarks. An overpass, a rest area sign, a mile marker you always remember because it's crooked. The heater in the cab cycled on and off in soft mechanical breaths. The engine kept its steady hum, and the only light inside the cab came from my dash, a dim orange wash that made my hands look like they belonged to someone else. I was doing everything right. That was the thing. Speed steady, lane discipline clean, logbook squared away, lights checked. I hadn't even passed another vehicle in 10 minutes. It was one of those nights where the highway feels less like a public road and more like a private corridor built just for you. Then the mirror lit up like a warning flare. Red, blue, red, blue. Hard strobes that turned the wet sheen of the road into a flashing ribbon. Each pulse splashed color across my side mirrors and windshield edges, bouncing off metal and glass until the whole cab felt like it had been pulled into a rave against my will. The light wasn't the gentle rolling of a cruiser behind you at a distance. It was aggressive, close, high intensity enough to burn into my eyes. My first thought was, unmarked. That detail matters out there. Marked units have a look, a shape, a silhouette you can recognize from a mile away because it's familiar. Unmarked vehicles don't give you that. Unmarked vehicles turn the stop into a guessing game. And on an empty highway at night, a guessing game is the last thing you want. I checked my mirrors again. The vehicle behind me was a dark shape. Pickup, maybe. So black, it seemed to swallow the light coming off its own bar. Tinted windows. No readable markings. No visible spotlight. It rode my left rear quarter like it owned the lane. A flare of irritation flashed through me before fear could set in. Who rides this close? But irritation died quickly, because the next thought came right behind it, cold and simple. This could be anyone. I forced my instincts into procedure. Procedure is what keeps you alive when your brain wants to panic. I clicked on my four-ways. The turn signal relay made that steady tick-tick sound that always feels louder at night. I eased my speed down, slow and deliberate. No sudden braking, no dramatic swerves, just a controlled deceleration that said, I see you. I'm complying. I'm not trying anything. The shoulder was narrow, too narrow. 6 inches of crumbling pavement with a guardrail hugging the edge, and beyond that, the kind of darkness that suggests a drop you don't want to test. I scanned ahead for a wider patch, a pull-off, anything that looked like a safe place to stop without turning the rig into a target. The lights kept strobing behind me, washing the interior of my cab in alternating colors like a heartbeat. My palms dampened on the wheel. I didn't reach for anything. I didn't turn around. I didn't do what every anxious part of you wants to do, which is check again, get a better look. You don't twist your body in a big rig when someone's behind you with lights on. You keep your eyes forward. You control your vehicle. You don't give them a reason to think you're reaching for a weapon. That's what they teach you. Not in a classroom exactly. More like the road teaches you. Word of mouth. Stories told at truck stops. The kind of advice passed down like folklore. I found a widened section ahead, a spot where the shoulder briefly expanded near an emergency turnaround. I guided the rig onto it carefully, tires rumbling over the rumble strip. The sound vibrated up through the seat and into my spine. Then I set the brakes. Pass sacht. Air dumped into the system with that loud, unmistakable exhale. The truck settled. The engine dropped to idle, a low, steady growl that filled the cab like a living thing. And in that moment, before anyone even stepped out, I became painfully aware of the silence around me. No other cars, no distant traffic hiss, no town glow, just the idling engine, the faint whistle of wind along the cab, and the click of the hazard lights on my dash. Tick, tick, tick. The pickup behind me stopped at an angle, not straight behind like a normal unit, slightly offset, driver's side closer to my lane, giving them a clearer line of sight to my mirrors and cab. The lights kept flashing. I sat with my hands at 10 and 2, just like I'd been taught. My heart beat steadily, but hard, a drum in my chest. The air in the cab felt warmer than it had a minute ago. Then the driver's door of the pickup opened. I watched the movement in my side mirror without turning my head too much. A shape stepped out, tall, broad in the shoulders, wearing dark clothing that blended into the night except when the strobe lights hit. For a second, it looked like the figure was made out of the flashing itself. He walked toward my cab like he'd done it 1,000 times. Not rushed, not cautious, confident. That's what sold it at first. Confidence. People underestimate how powerful that is. If someone looks like they belong somewhere, your brain wants to believe them. Your brain wants the world to make sense, so it helps it along. It fills in the blanks with assumptions. That's a cop. That's law enforcement. That's someone with rules. The man wore a tactical vest, not a uniform in the traditional sense. No clear patches that read State Trooper or Sheriff in bold letters. No hat. But there was a badge, something metallic, clipped near his belt. There was a holster. There were gloves. And that's when I heard it. A tiny sound, sharp and precise, cutting through the engine idle. Click. It wasn't the hazard relay. It wasn't the dash. It came from outside, near the man's chest. A camera, a body cam, or something that wanted me to believe it was. He came up to my driver's side window and rapped his knuckles against the glass. Not hard, just firm enough to be authoritative. He didn't wave. He didn't greet me. He just stared in, letting the strobing lights do their work, making my cab feel like a stage. I lowered the window a few inches, just like before. Enough to talk, not enough to invite anything in. Cold air slid in immediately, carrying that wet pine smell of the Northwest, and something else underneath it, metal and damp earth. "Evening," I said, keeping my voice neutral, steady, professional. He didn't return the greeting. "License, registration, logbook," he said, clipped and efficient. The words were correct. Too correct. The exact list you expect. My body wanted to relax because of that. My mind tried to categorize this as normal. Traffic stop. Inspection. Annoying, but routine. I handed over the document slowly, making sure every movement was visible. My hands were steady enough, though I could feel the fine tremor in my fingers. Adrenaline has a way of slipping into your muscles like electricity. He took the paperwork without looking at my face. His flashlight beam swept briefly across the cab interior. Quick, controlled. He didn't linger on my hands or the wheel. He aimed the light past me, toward the sleeper area behind the seats, like he was checking for someone hiding. That was the first real itch of unease. A prickle between my shoulder blades. Most cops, real cops, are cautious, yes, but they also follow patterns. They look at you, they assess, they watch your posture, your hands, your face. This man's attention felt elsewhere, like I was a container, and he was more interested in what might be stored behind me. He flipped through my papers fast, too fast to be reading. It was more like he was performing the act of checking them, like a person skimming a menu they already know by heart. I forced myself to ask the normal question. "Officer, what agency are you with?" He didn't look up. "State," he said. One word. Flat. Unhelpful. I waited for a badge number, a name, a follow-up. None came. The strobe lights continued to pulse behind him, painting his face in alternating colors. In the flashes, I caught glimpses. Pale skin, tight jaw, eyes hidden behind dark lenses, sunglasses at night. That should have been a joke. Instead, it felt like a statement. He handed my papers back through the crack of the window. Then he said, "Step out of the cab." My stomach dropped so hard it felt like the floor moved. I kept my face blank. "For what, sir?" He didn't answer directly. "I need to see what's in your trailer." A cold wave moved through me. Not fear of getting caught, because I wasn't hauling anything illegal, but fear of the unknown. Fear of procedure being broken. Fear of the simple fact that this wasn't the normal kind of stop anymore. I was about to say, I'd rather he call in a marked unit, about to ask for confirmation, about to insist on protocol. And then I heard it again. Click. That tiny, sharp sound near his chest, like a camera being activated, like a record button being pressed. Whether it was real or not, it did exactly what it was meant to do. It made me hesitate. It made me think, okay, this is documented. This is official. And in that hesitation, the man gained another inch of control. I nodded slowly, as if I were cooperating out of calm professionalism instead of creeping dread. "All right," I said. I reached for my high-vis vest, moving carefully, narrating my actions out loud the way some drivers do to keep stops smooth. "I'm grabbing my vest," I said. "I'm opening the door." He watched every movement, still not looking at my face for long. His gaze stayed fixed on my hands, on the cab, on the areas where a weapon might appear. I stepped down onto the pavement, the cold air hitting me fully now. The night smelled like wet trees and diesel. The wind tugged at my jacket. The highway stretched ahead and behind, empty, silent, indifferent. My boots hit the ground with a soft thud, and for a moment, I felt small next to the rig, exposed in the strobing wash of red and blue. The man gestured toward the back of the trailer with two fingers, like he was directing a dog. "Let's go," he said. I started walking, keeping my hands visible, my posture neutral. My mind was running through everything I knew. What was legal? What was common? What was suspicious? My instinct kept circling the same thought like a vulture. The uniform means nothing if you can't prove who's inside it. We reached the rear doors. The reflective tape flashed red, blue in the lights, making the metal look like it was breathing. My seal hung there, intact, with the number printed clear. He leaned in close to it. Flashlight beam steady. "Cut it." I hesitated. "I'll need paperwork for the break," I said. "Carrier requires..." He turned his head just enough for me to feel the weight of his stare through the glasses. "Cut it," he repeated. The simplicity of it, no explanation, no negotiation, made my throat tighten. I pulled out my knife. The plastic seal snapped with a crisp crack that echoed in the empty night. And as soon as it broke, I had the sharp, irrational feeling that I'd just opened something I wouldn't be able to close again. Not the trailer doors. Something else. Something invisible. Something that had been waiting for the sound of that seal breaking like it was a signal. The man didn't thank me. Didn't acknowledge the significance. He just nodded toward the handles. "Open it," he said. I reached for the first latch, metal cold under my gloved hand, and as I pulled, I heard that tiny sound again. Click, right behind me, close enough that it raised the hair along my arms. Not the hazard relay, not my truck. Something near his chest, once more, as if he wanted me to remember. This is being recorded. This is official. This is real. And the worst part was, in that moment, a part of me still wanted to believe him. Because believing him was easier than believing what the alternative might be. The first door opened with a reluctant groan, metal on metal, like the trailer itself didn't want to cooperate. Cold air spilled out of the gap, dry, sharp, smelling faintly of cardboard and shrink wrap. My flashlight wasn't on. I didn't want to blind myself. His was. A tight white beam that cut straight into the dark interior, sweeping across the pallets like a searching finger. "Both doors," he said immediately. "Not please. Not go ahead and open the other one. Just a command." I did it, because that's what you do when you're trying to keep things from escalating. You keep it procedural. You keep it smooth. You tell yourself compliance is the safest path, because in most cases, it is. Most of the time, compliance ends the interaction, and you go on with your life. I pulled the second latch. The handle scraped, then released. The door swung open with another long, tired squeal, the hinges protesting in the cold. Reflective tape along the edges flashed red, blue, as the strobe lights from the pickup painted everything behind us. The man stood slightly off to my right, angled so he could see into the trailer and still keep me in his peripheral vision. He held his flashlight in a practiced way, elbow tucked, beam steady, sweeping systematically from bottom to top, left to right. He looked like he knew what he was doing. That mattered more than it should have. Because skill creates trust. Even when you don't want to trust. Even when every instinct tells you something is off, your brain still tries to find anchors, still tries to tell itself he's moving like a cop. He's talking like a cop. He knows the words. Words were the first real weapon he used. "Seal violation," he said, voice clipped. "We'll document it. You'll need a new bolt seal with chain of custody notation. You keep the broken seal." He said it like he'd been reading from a manual for years. He stepped closer to the doors, flashlight beam darting between pallets, then down along the floor, pausing on the metal ribs and the scuff marks. "What are you hauling?" he asked. "Sporting goods," I said, because that's what the bill of lading said. It was broad, vague, the kind of category companies use when they don't want drivers asking too many questions. He didn't react. "Any hazmat?" he asked, already moving down the list. "No." "Temp controlled?" "No." "Any mixed freight? High value? Firearms components?" The last phrase made my throat tighten. "No," I said. Then, because honesty felt safer than guessing, I added, "I don't think so. It's floor-loaded pallets, mostly boxed." He hummed like he'd expected that answer. Then he said, "Bills?" I hesitated. My paperwork was in the cab. He watched my hesitation like it was a physical thing. "You can retrieve them," he said, slow. That was the first time he'd used a word that wasn't just command or jargon. Slow. It sounded like caution. It sounded like professionalism. It sounded like something a real cop would say right before someone got twitchy. It also sounded like he was reminding me he was watching my hands. I nodded and started walking back toward the cab. Careful, deliberate. My boots made soft, damp sounds on the shoulder, and it was only then that I realized how much I'd been relying on noise as proof of reality. My footsteps sounded normal. My breathing sounded normal. The engine idling sounded normal. Everything sounded normal, except him. I couldn't recall hearing his boots when he moved. He was just always there. I climbed back into the cab, retrieved the paperwork, and climbed back down. The air felt colder now, and the wind had picked up slightly, tugging at the hem of my vest. The strobe lights kept flashing behind us, turning the world into a series of frozen frames. I handed him the bills. He didn't even glance at my name first. He went straight to the commodity description, then the shipper, then the destination. His flashlight beam traced the lines, fast, practiced. He was too efficient. That's what bothered me. Real inspections have a human pace. Even experienced officers pause, double-check, ask follow-up questions that feel personal, like they're searching for something that doesn't exist. This man's questions weren't searching. They were rehearsed. "Seal number?" he asked. I told him, and he nodded like it matched something in his head. "You cut it clean," he said. It should have sounded like a compliment. Instead, it felt like he was noting that I followed orders well. He stepped back to the trailer again and began shining his light between pallets, poking at shrink wrap with the tip of his flashlight, tapping straps. He didn't look like someone checking for a simple violation. He looked like someone hunting. "Any void space?" he muttered, more to himself than to me. "Any false wall? Any concealed compartment?" I frowned. "It's just pallets." He ignored me. The flashlight beam moved with purpose now, slipping into gaps, bouncing off cardboard, tracing the edges where pallet wood met trailer floor. He crouched briefly, something cracking in his knee, then stood again. If he'd been a regular traffic cop, he wouldn't have known what half of those terms meant. Most of them barely cared about your load unless you were overweight or obviously unsafe. This wasn't about safety. This was about access. He straightened and looked at me for the first time in a way that felt direct. His sunglasses reflected the flashing lights behind me, turning his eyes into nothing but dark glass. "Keys," he said. "What?" "Truck keys. You got them on you?" A small jolt of alarm ran through me. "No," I said. "They're in the cab." He nodded, like he'd expected that. "Stay here," he said. "Don't move." I blinked. "I need..." He cut me off with a raised hand. Not aggressive, just final. "Stand by," he said. "We're going to do this right." We. That was new. My heart beat harder. "Who's we?" I asked before I could stop myself. He didn't answer. Instead, he raised 2 fingers to his mouth and blew a whistle. It wasn't a normal whistle. It was sharp, piercing, controlled, the kind that cuts straight through the body rather than the ears. The sound bounced off the trailer doors, echoed down the empty highway, then disappeared into the dark. For 1 second, everything held still. The wind paused. My breath stalled. Even the engine seemed quieter, as if the whole world had leaned in to listen. Then the darkness moved. It started at the tree line, just beyond the weak reach of my trailer lights. Shapes detached from shadow, like someone peeling black paper off black paper. 1, 2, no, more. 10, 12, maybe 15 figures. They emerged fast, not stumbling, not cautious. They ran with purpose. They were dressed in dark clothing, tactical gear, face coverings. Some carried rifles slung across their chests. Others had duffel bags or hard cases. Their movements were coordinated in a way that instantly destroyed any last illusion that this was a routine stop. My brain tried to reject it, tried to insist there had to be another explanation, but my body understood first. This wasn't law enforcement. This was an ambush. The officer didn't look surprised. He didn't turn to see who was coming. He'd called them. The figures reached us in seconds, spreading out around the trailer like they'd rehearsed it. 2 stayed near the tree line, facing the road, watching for traffic. A few moved straight into the trailer, climbing up and disappearing into the dark interior with the ease of people who knew exactly where to step. Others began hauling boxes out immediately. Heavy boxes, carried 2 at a time, moved with urgency and efficiency. They knew what they wanted. They didn't waste time on random pallets. They went to specific ones. I stood frozen, mind blank with shock, watching as strangers unloaded my trailer like it belonged to them. My lungs forgot how to work for a second. "Hey!" I shouted, the word coming out raw and high. "What the hell are you doing?" The officer turned his head slightly toward me, like he'd almost forgotten I was there. Then he drew his pistol. It happened so fast, I didn't process the motion until the gun was out, angled toward my chest. The strobe lights painted the metal in alternating colors, making it look unreal, like a prop. But the way he held it wasn't a prop. His arm was steady, his stance grounded. "Don't move," he said calmly. The words were almost gentle. That's what made them terrifying. My hands lifted slowly, palms out, the universal signal. My stomach churned. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips. "I'm not moving," I said, voice strained. "I'm not doing anything." He nodded, as if that was good. "Stay that way." The highway remained empty. No headlights, no passing cars, just us, locked in that strobing bubble of red and blue and darkness. The whistle had been the twist of the knife, not because it was loud, but because it revealed the truth. This whole thing had never been about me breaking a rule. It had been about using procedure to make me cooperate, to make me open my own trailer, to make me stand still while they took what they came for. I realized then what the uniform really was. Not authority, a costume. And procedure, the rules I'd trusted, was the weapon that had led me straight into the trap. I stood there with my hands raised, unable to do anything but watch as the men in black moved like a machine around my frame. And the officer, with that gun in his hand and that fake body cam clicking softly on his chest, watched me the way you watch a tool you finished using. calm, satisfied, already thinking about what comes next. He didn't rush me. That was the first thing that made it unbearable. If he'd shouted, if he'd charged forward, if he'd shoved me hard enough to knock the breath out of my lungs, my body would have known what to do. Adrenaline would have taken over. Fight or flight would have picked a lane. Pain would have simplified the world. But none of that happened. Instead, he held the pistol the way you hold a pointer during a presentation. Steady, controlled, almost casual. The barrel didn't tremble. It didn't track my movements because I wasn't moving. It just stayed aimed at the center of my chest, an unblinking line drawn from his hand to my heart. The men behind him kept working. Boxes thudded against the trailer floor. Cardboard scraped. Shrink wrap tore with a dry ripping sound. Someone grunted with effort. Someone else murmured a short command I couldn't make out. It was all business back there, all logistics and muscle memory, like a pit crew servicing a car. I stood there with my hands raised, palms burning from the cold air, and felt the surreal disconnect of being present but irrelevant. "Turn around," he said. His voice was calm enough that for half a second I almost didn't process the words as an order. Turn around, slowly. I did it. I rotated in place, boots scuffing against damp pavement, my back to the trailer, my eyes facing the dark tree line. The strobe lights washed over the trunks, making the forest look like a still photograph being flashed again and again. "Hands behind your head." I complied. My elbows flared outward, shoulders tightening as I interlaced my fingers. The position pulled my chest open, made me feel exposed in a way that went beyond vulnerability. It was the posture of surrender, of public submission. The posture designed not just to control your body, but to announce your status. He stepped closer. I didn't hear his footsteps. I only felt his presence when the space behind me changed, when the air seemed to thicken, when my skin prickled as if someone had leaned into my personal space. "On your knees," he said. The words landed with a dull weight. For a split second, pride flared. A useless, reflexive thing. I wanted to argue, to demand a badge, to shout that this wasn't lawful, that this was a robbery, that he had no right. Then I imagined the sound a gunshot would make inside my chest. I dropped. The pavement was cold and unforgiving. My knees hit hard enough to send a jolt up my legs, but not hard enough to hurt the way I knew it could have. The position forced my head down slightly, chin angled toward my chest, my view reduced to boots, asphalt, and the blurred edge of my own shadow. I could smell oil and wet dirt. Diesel exhaust hung in the air, thick and familiar. The sensory details grounded me even as everything else spun. "Good," he said quietly. Not approving, satisfied. I stayed there, breathing slow, fingers locked tight behind my head, muscles screaming with the effort of holding the position. The humiliation of it crept in late, seeping under the fear like a slow leak. This wasn't about pain. It was about placement. They wanted me here. The men behind us continued unloading. I heard one of them laugh softly at something another said. It wasn't cruel laughter. It was casual. The kind of laugh people share when a job is going well. That sound did more damage to me than any threat could have. This was routine for them. The man with the gun circled me slowly. I tracked him only by sound and intuition. The faint swish of fabric, the subtle shift of pressure in the air. He stopped directly in front of me. "Look up," he said. I hesitated. The barrel tapped my forehead lightly, not hard, just enough to leave no doubt. I raised my head. The sunglasses were still on. They reflected the flashing lights behind me, turning his face into a mask of color and shadow. Up close, I could see small details now. Stubble along his jaw, a thin scar near his mouth, lips pressed into a neutral line. He studied me for a long moment. "What's your name?" he asked. I told him. He nodded, filing it away. "Where are you from?" "New Jersey," I said. He paused, just a fraction of a second longer than necessary. "Born there?" "Yes." "Parents?" I swallowed. "Yes." He tilted his head slightly. "Where were they born?" The question felt heavier than it should have. My mind raced, trying to understand why it mattered. "Here," I said carefully. "The States." He leaned back a step, considering me like a specimen. "Good," he said. Then, after a beat, "You're American?" "Yes." The word came out quickly, too quickly. He didn't respond right away. He walked past me, then back again, boots finally making sound against the pavement. Slow, deliberate steps that marked time. "Not just a citizen," he said, "a real American." The phrase hit me in the gut. I knew this wasn't about paperwork. This wasn't about law. This was something else, something older, uglier. I'd heard the phrase before, on the news, in arguments, in corners of the internet that pretended they were about pride when they were really about exclusion. "What does that mean?" I asked before I could stop myself. The barrel of the gun pressed against my temple this time. Not hard, just enough to remind me where I was. "It means what it means," he said. "Answer the question." I took a breath. The air tasted metallic. "Yes," I said. "I'm a real American." He studied my face again, searching for something. Hesitation, defiance, fear. I didn't know what answer he wanted, only that he wanted to hear it come from me. Finally, he nodded. "Good," he said again. "That makes this easier?" Behind him, another box hit the ground with a dull thud. I flinched despite myself. "You know why we stopped you?" he asked. I shook my head carefully, remembering to keep my hands locked. "Because you were there," he said. "Because you complied. Because you know how things work." I didn't respond. He crouched down in front of me, bringing his face level with mine. Up close, his eyes were hidden behind the lenses, but I could feel their focus like pressure. "You did everything right," he said. "You followed procedure. You trusted the uniform." He tapped his vest lightly with 2 fingers. "That's not a mistake," he continued. "That's a feature." The words slid under my skin and stayed there. "You're not the problem," he said. "The system is." I didn't know what to say. I didn't know if silence was safer than speaking. My throat felt tight, dry. "What are you taking?" I asked finally, my voice rough. He smiled slightly. "What we need. That's not yours," I said. He laughed then. A single, short sound. "Neither is most of what you haul." I clenched my jaw. "This isn't about you," he said, standing again. "It's about supply. It's about keeping things out of the wrong hands and into the right ones." "And who decides that?" I asked. The gun barrel dipped slightly, not enough to stop being a threat, but enough to signal interest. "We do," he said. He glanced back toward the trailer, where his people were still moving with practiced efficiency. I saw now that the boxes they were carrying weren't random. They were consistent in size, heavy, marked with small symbols I hadn't noticed before because I'd never needed to look. A realization crept in, cold and heavy. "This was planned," I said. He nodded. "Of course it was. You knew what was in my trailer?" Yes. You knew when I'd be here. Yes. You knew I'd stop. He smiled again, wider this time. That's the important part. My stomach churned. You ever think about why some people get robbed and others don't? He asked. I didn't answer. It's not luck, he said. It's selection. He let that sit. You're careful, he continued. You follow rules. You don't make waves. You believe in doing things the right way. The words sounded almost complimentary, which made them worse. That makes you predictable. One of the men shouted something from the trailer. 2 words, sharp and satisfying. The man with the gun nodded in response without looking back. They're almost done, he said. I swallowed. Are you going to kill me? The question surprised me with how calm it sounded when it came out, like I was asking about the weather. He looked down at me, genuinely thoughtful. No, he said, after a moment. That wouldn't serve a purpose. Relief surged through me, hot and dizzying, followed immediately by shame for feeling it. You'll tell the cops, he continued. You'll tell them you were robbed. You'll tell them you were threatened. Yes, I said. They won't catch us. I didn't argue. You'll go home, he said. You'll replay this. You'll tell yourself you survived because you stayed calm. He leaned in slightly, and you'll be right. My heart hammered. But, he added, you'll also remember this moment. He gestured downward, at my knees on the pavement. You'll remember where you were placed. I felt something break then, not loudly, not all at once. Just a quiet fracture inside, the soundless kind that changes how weight is distributed afterward. The men began closing the trailer doors. Metal banged, latches clanged. The sound echoed down the empty highway, final and irreversible. I watched from my kneeling position as my trailer, my responsibility, was sealed back up with a new bolt, one I hadn't provided. The theft was complete. The man stepped back, holstered his weapon with an easy, practiced motion, and reached up to tap the device on his chest. Click. Whether it was a real body cam or not, no longer mattered. The ritual had been performed. You can stand up, he said. I didn't move right away. My legs felt stiff, unresponsive. When I finally pushed myself upright, blood rushed painfully back into my knees and calves, making the world tilt. I lowered my hands slowly. He was already walking away. The others melted back into the darkness with the same efficiency they'd arrived, carrying their empty bags, their hard cases now full. No rush, no panic. They vanished into the tree line like they'd never been there at all. The pickup's lights shut off. The sudden absence of red and blue plunged the world into a deeper darkness than before. For a heartbeat, I couldn't see anything. Then my eyes adjusted, and all that remained was my truck, my trailer, and the empty road. The pickup started and pulled away without drama, tires whispering on wet pavement. No siren, no lights, just a dark shape receding into the night. I stood there alone. My trailer was lighter. I could feel it in the way the suspension sat, in the subtle change to the truck's posture, a physical absence where something substantial had been. I didn't move for a long time. When I finally climbed back into the cab, my hands shook so badly I had to grip the steering wheel to steady them. The engine idled, faithful and indifferent. The road ahead waited. I hadn't been beaten. I hadn't been tortured. I hadn't even been yelled at. And yet, I'd never felt more powerless in my life, because what they'd taken wasn't just cargo. They'd taken the illusion that procedure equals safety. They'd taken the belief that uniforms mean authority. They'd taken something quieter and more permanent. The understanding that compliance always leads to protection. As I pulled back onto the highway, my trailer doors rattling softly behind me, one thought echoed over and over in my head, cold and undeniable. They hadn't needed to hurt me. They'd only needed me on my knees, and they'd taken what they came for. I didn't move at first. Even after the pickup disappeared and the forest swallowed the last hint of their presence, I stayed where I was, standing beside my trailer like a piece of forgotten equipment. The air felt heavier without the flashing lights, thicker somehow, as if the darkness had weight now that nothing was cutting through it. My knees ached. A dull, deep ache that reminded me I'd been on the ground longer than my body liked. I flexed my fingers slowly, one by one, listening to the faint crackle of joints stiff from cold and tension. The engine idled behind me, steady and familiar, a sound that should have been comforting, but wasn't. It felt disconnected from what had just happened, like it belonged to another timeline. The trailer doors were shut. That detail kept pulling my attention back, over and over again. They weren't crooked. They weren't slammed closed in a rush. The latches sat perfectly flush, aligned the way they always were when a load was sealed properly. A new bolt seal hung there, bright against the metal, catching the faint ambient light from my headlights. Clean, official looking, almost mocking. I stepped closer. The gravel shifted under my boots with a soft crunch that sounded too loud in the quiet. I half expected someone to step out of the tree line and tell me to freeze, to drop back to my knees, to remind me I wasn't done yet. But nothing happened. The forest stayed still. The highway stayed empty. I reached out and touched the seal. It was warm, not hot, just warm enough to tell me it hadn't been sitting there long. That small sensory detail made my stomach twist. It was proof. Physical, undeniable proof that this hadn't been a hallucination brought on by fatigue or fear. Someone had been here. Someone had done this. I stood there, hand resting against the door, and replayed the scene in my head. Not the fear, not the gun, but the process. That's what stuck with me. They hadn't acted like thieves scrambling to grab whatever they could carry. They hadn't ripped boxes open or argued about what to take. There'd been no confusion, no wasted motion. No one had shouted, "Grab this!" or "What about that one?" They'd known. From the moment the whistle sounded, they'd moved like a machine that had already been calibrated. They went straight to specific pallets, bypassing others without hesitation. I'd seen it even through the shock, how their paths through the trailer didn't overlap, how each man seemed to have a role. 2 went left, 3 went right. 1 stayed near the doors, directing traffic with short gestures. Another stood further back, watching the road. No one bumped into anyone else. No one asked questions. That's not how random theft looks. I'd seen random theft before. Broken seals at truck stops, torn shrink wrap, pallets half dragged out and abandoned when someone got spooked. Random theft is messy, loud, inefficient. This wasn't that. I pulled my flashlight from the side compartment and clicked it on. The beam cut into the trailer's interior as I swung one door open carefully, listening to the hinge creak. The smell hit me immediately. Cardboard, plastic, wood. Familiar, comforting in a way that surprised me. The beam moved slowly across the floor. Empty spaces stared back at me. Not scattered, not chaotic. Clean, rectangular gaps where pallets used to be, their outlines still visible in scuffed wood and dust patterns. It was like someone had lifted pieces off a game board without disturbing the rest. I stepped up into the trailer, boots thudding dully against the metal floor. The sound echoed, hollow and lonely. I swept the light from left to right, counting without meaning to. 3 pallets gone on this side, 4 on the other. Not adjacent, not grouped randomly. They were spaced apart, specific. Pallets I'd walked past dozens of times without ever really looking at the labels beyond a cursory glance. I crouched near one of the empty spots and shone the light at the floor. There were faint drag marks where the pallet had been slid toward the door. Clean lines, no splintering, no hesitation. Someone had planned the exact path they'd take before they ever touched the load. I straightened slowly, the realization settling in with a cold, steady weight. This stop hadn't been opportunistic. It hadn't been wrong place, wrong time. It had been an appointment. They'd known what was in my trailer. Not just generally, specifically. They'd known which pallets mattered and which didn't. They'd known what they could leave behind without consequence. I stepped back down onto the pavement, letting the door swing shut again with a soft, metallic sigh. The quiet pressed in immediately. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I yanked it out, heart hammering, only to see a low battery warning flash across the screen. I laughed then, a short, broken sound that came out long. The tension had nowhere else to go. I slid back into the cab and shut the door, the familiar thud sealing the inside. The interior light came on automatically, bathing the dashboard in soft amber. I sat there for a moment, staring at nothing, listening to my own breathing. My hands were still shaking. I put the truck in neutral and set the parking brake again, even though I was already stopped. Redundant, pointless. But it gave my hands something to do, something procedural to cling to. Procedure. That word felt different now. I pulled out my logbook and flipped it open, more out of habit than intention. The neat rows of times and locations looked absurd in the wake of what had just happened. I stared at the page where I'd written down this stretch of highway earlier in the night, my handwriting steady and unremarkable. There was no space in the margins for robbed by armed militia impersonating law enforcement, no box to check for forced to my knees, no category for lost cargo to people who knew more about it than I did. I closed the logbook slowly. My mind kept circling back to one question, turning it over again and again like a stone in my mouth. How did they know? It wasn't just that they knew the contents of my trailer. Companies leak information all the time. Schedules get shared. Routes get predictable. That part I could almost accept. What I couldn't shake was how confident they'd been. They hadn't hesitated, not once. The man with the gun had never asked, "Is this the right one?" He'd never checked a label twice. He hadn't needed to. And that meant something else. It meant they'd done this before. Not once. Not twice. Enough times to refine it. Enough times to strip it of drama and turn it into routine. I leaned my head back against the seat and closed my eyes for a moment, immediately regretting it. Images flashed behind my lids. Red and blue lights, the whistle, the men emerging from the trees like shadows given purpose. I opened my eyes again. The road ahead stretched out, empty and indifferent. Nothing about it looked different than it had an hour ago. No skid marks, no debris, no evidence. If another driver passed by right now, they'd see a truck parked on the shoulder and think nothing of it. That was the most unsettling part. What had just happened left no visible scar on the world, only on me. I thought about the pallets they'd taken, sporting goods. That was the official label. But I'd heard the term before, in contexts that made my stomach turn. Ammo, shipments, body armor, equipment that blurred the line between civilian and something else. I'd never ask questions because drivers aren't supposed to. You haul what you're told to haul. You deliver where you're told to deliver. And now I wondered how many times I'd done exactly that for people who weren't who they claimed to be. How many times I'd been a link in a chain I didn't understand. The realization made my skin crawl. I turned the key and eased the truck back into gear. The engine responded immediately, reliable as ever. I pulled back onto the highway, tires humming against wet asphalt, the trailer settling into its new, lighter balance behind me. I felt the difference right away. It wasn't dramatic, but it was there. A subtle change in the way the rig handled, the way it responded to acceleration. An absence you only notice when you've spent years paying attention to how your truck feels under you. They'd taken a lot, and they'd done it cleanly. Miles passed in silence. I didn't turn the radio on. I didn't trust it. The idea of sound filling the cab felt intrusive now, like it might mask something I needed to hear. I replayed every second of their work in my head, focusing on the details I'd noticed without realizing it at the time. The way one man checked the road before anyone moved. The way another positioned himself at the trailer doors, not carrying anything, just watching. The way the boxes they carried were always the same size, the same weight. The way the man with the whistle never once looked confused. This wasn't desperation. It was logistics. By the time I reached the next way station, my chest felt tight with a mix of dread and clarity. The station lights glowed ahead like a small artificial sunrise, harsh and unforgiving. I slowed as required, heart thudding, half expecting another unmarked vehicle to peel off from the shadows and light me up again. Nothing happened. The way station was closed. I passed through and continued on, the road opening up ahead of me like it always did. I didn't feel relief, because relief would have meant believing it was over. And deep down, I knew better. They hadn't taken everything. They'd taken what they came for, which meant they'd achieved their goal. And that meant this wasn't a random act of violence that would fade into memory with time. It was part of a system, one I'd stumbled into without realizing it, one that operated quietly, efficiently, and without witnesses. As the miles rolled by, one final thought settled in, heavier than all the others. If they knew exactly what they were looking for, then somewhere, someone else knew exactly when I'd be on that road. And that meant the most dangerous part of the night hadn't been the gun, or the whistle, or even the men in the trees. It had been the moment long before that, when my route became predictable, my cargo became known, and my trust in procedure made me easy to find. I kept driving because I didn't know what else to do. That's the simplest way to say it. The highway didn't offer a pause button, and shock doesn't come with instructions. My trailer was lighter, my hands were still trembling, and my brain was trying to convince itself that if I just followed the lines painted on the road, everything would eventually feel normal again. It didn't. The world outside the windshield looked the same. Wet pavement, dark trees, occasional reflective signs flashing past like brief warnings. But something inside me had shifted. A quiet internal certainty that the rules I'd trusted weren't rules at all. They were suggestions, and only for people who agreed to play fair. I drove another 15 minutes, before I realized I wasn't alone. It wasn't a car tailing me in the mirror. It wasn't headlights closing in from behind. It was the voice. A low, crackling voice that came through my CB radio like it had been waiting in the static. It cut through the quiet with such sudden presence that I almost swerved. "Eastbound? You still breathing?" The words weren't shouted. They weren't taunting. They sounded amused, familiar, like a man checking in on a neighbor after a storm. I stared at the CB unit, my heart jumping hard enough to make my chest ache. I hadn't touched it. I hadn't turned it up. I didn't even remember leaving it on. "Eastbound," the voice repeated, softer now. "Don't do anything stupid. Just answer." My mouth went dry. My hands tightened on the wheel. The rational part of me wanted to pretend I hadn't heard, to keep driving and ignore it like I'd ignore some drunk chatterer on Channel 19 at 3 in the morning. But the voice had said something that no random chatterer would know. "You still breathing?" That wasn't small talk. That was confirmation. I reached for the mic with fingers that felt stiff and unreliable. The plastic was cold under my palm. For a second, my thumb hovered over the button, and I felt the same hesitation I'd felt on County Road 12, an awareness that speaking was a form of consent. Then I pressed it anyway. "Who is this?" I said, keeping my voice low. There was a pause, a crackle, then a short laugh, the sound distorted by radio compression. "The fact you're asking tells me you learned something," the voice said. "Good." My stomach tightened. The road ahead blurred slightly as my eyes watered from strain. "What do you want?" I asked. Another pause. Then, "Nothing from you." The same phrasing again, like a signature, like they enjoyed the irony of it. I swallowed. "Then why are you talking to me?" The voice came back smooth, almost conversational. "Because you're confused, and confusion makes people do dumb things. Pull over, call a dispatcher, start yelling to cops, trying to be a hero." He chuckled again, as if the idea of me being a hero was funny in the gentlest way. "Don't," he added. I gripped the wheel hard enough that my knuckles turned pale. "You robbed me," I said, voice shaking despite my effort. "Borrowed," he corrected, calm, reclaimed, whatever word makes you sleep better. My jaw clenched. "How are you on my CB?" That made him laugh again, like I'd asked a childlike question. "Same way we were on your road," he said, "because we planned." The air in the cab felt thin. The heater cycled on and off, but I barely noticed now. All sounds seemed distant except his. "You didn't have to let me go," I said quietly, and the truth of that was like a knife. "So why did you?" There was a longer silence this time, the kind where you can hear the faint background hiss of a radio channel and realize you're sharing space with strangers you can't see. Then he said, "Because you're lucky." My throat tightened. "Lucky. Lucky," he repeated, as if savoring the word. "You didn't reach for something you didn't have. You didn't run. You didn't scream. You did exactly what you were supposed to do." I almost laughed, bitterly. "I did what you told me to do." "And that," he said, "is why you're still on the road." The moral twist came in softly, like a hand sliding under a door. It wasn't that I'd survived because I was calm. It was that I'd survived because I was compliant, useful. "Listen to me," the voice continued. "We don't want a body. Bodies bring heat. Heat brings attention. Attention brings problems." He said it like he was talking about weather patterns. "And you," he added, "aren't worth the problems." That sentence hit harder than any insult. flush of anger rose in my chest, hot and humiliating. "Not worth it," I repeated. "Don't take it personal," he said. "It ain't personal. That's the point." My hands trembled on the wheel again, and I forced them still, keeping the rig steady in the lane. "So what am I?" I asked, and my voice sounded smaller than I wanted it to. "A witness." There was another faint laugh. "You're not a witness," he said. "You didn't see faces. You don't have plate numbers. You don't have video. Your own records are your words, and your words won't matter." The coldness of his certainty made my stomach drop, because he was right. I'd already felt that truth settling in when I saw the new seal on my trailer, clean and official looking, as if my story could be filed away under driver error or unknown theft. "You're free," he said, "because you're useful." I swallowed hard. "Useful how?" "Because you'll keep driving," he replied. "You'll deliver what's left. You'll do your paperwork. You'll call your company and say you were robbed. The system will record it as loss. Insurance will absorb it. Everyone will shrug and move on." He paused, then added, "And the next driver will keep moving too." My stomach churned. "You're acting like this is normal." "It is normal," he said simply. "You just haven't been looking at it straight." I glanced at the mirrors again, scanning for headlights, for anything that might prove this was still happening in physical space. The road behind me was empty. The forest remained black and unbroken. His voice continued, steady as a metronome. "You think you survived because you mattered, because you're special, because God or luck or some moral order decided you deserved it." He let that sit. Then he said, softly, almost kindly, "No." My breathing caught. "You survived," he said, "because you didn't matter." The words landed like a weight on my chest. Not because they were cruel, though they were, but because they dismantled the last comforting lie I'd been holding on to. The lie that survival is meaningful, that it's earned, that it says something good about you. He took that away with one sentence, leaving me with something colder. Survival as indifference. Survival as logistics. I pressed the mic button again, my thumb shaking. "Who are you?" I asked. "Who are you people?" The radio crackled. His voice came back lower, closer, as if he'd leaned toward his own microphone. "We're the ones who still believe in something," he said, "when everyone else is asleep." The phrasing made my skin crawl. It sounded like ideology, like a mantra. "Are you militia?" I asked. He didn't answer directly. "Labels are for the news," he said. "We do what we do." "Why the uniform?" I pushed, my voice tightening. "Why pretend to be law?" That got a longer pause. When he spoke again, there was a hint of disdain in his tone. "Because you'll obey law," he said. "You won't obey strangers. So we wear what you respect." The honesty of it made me nauseous. He continued, "The uniform means nothing, but it means everything to you." I stared ahead at the black ribbon of highway and felt something inside me break a little more. He was right. The uniform had been the key. The procedure, the language, the authority I'd spent years trusting because it was how the world stayed predictable. They'd used it like a crowbar. "And here's the thing," he said, voice almost gentle again. "We didn't force you. You did it yourself. You opened the doors. You cut the seal. You stood where you were told." I wanted to deny it. I wanted to say, "You had a gun." But even that wasn't the full truth. The gun had come later. The gun had sealed the deal. But the real lockpick had been my belief in rules. "You could have said no," he added. I laughed then. Sharp, bitter, and die? He chuckled softly. Maybe, he said. Maybe not. But you didn't want to find out. I kept driving, lane lines slipping under the headlights, my eyes burning from not blinking enough. My mind tried to replay every moment again, searching for alternate outcomes. It was pointless. The outcome had been built into the structure of the encounter. The trap had been laid long before I saw the lights. The voice on the CB continued, like he wasn't finished with his little moral lecture. You're thinking about calling the cops again, he said. Or maybe you already did. That's fine. My stomach dropped. How? He cut me off. Doesn't matter. The way he said it was the point. He didn't need to explain. Explanation was a courtesy. He wasn't offering courtesy. He was offering certainty. You'll tell them, he said. And they'll tell you there's no one matching that description. No plate. No unit in that area. No record of an unmarked stop. I felt cold sweat gather at the base of my neck. You'll say there was a body cam, he continued. You'll describe the click, and they'll tell you it could have been anything. My grip tightened. You'll say you got a new seal, he said, and they'll tell you seals get replaced. Paperwork gets lost. Mistakes happen. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. He finished, calm and final. And you'll realize the only thing you actually have is a memory, and memories don't convict anybody. The radio crackled softly, as if the channel itself sighed. I wanted to throw the mic across the cab. I wanted to shut the CB off, rip the wires out, pretend none of it was happening. But I didn't, because some part of me knew that even silence could be monitored, that turning it off wouldn't erase the fact they'd been there. So what now? I asked, voice hoarse. His reply came quietly, almost like advice. Now, you keep moving, he said. You do your job. You go home. And you stop thinking this world is held together by uniforms and rules. He paused, then added the final twist, the one that made my stomach drop even further, because it wasn't a threat. It was a truth. You're free because you're useful, he said again. And if you stop being useful, you won't be lucky anymore. The line went quiet after that. Not dead, just empty. Static returning like a curtain closing. My cab filled again with the normal sounds. Engine hum, heater cycling, the faint whistle of wind. But nothing sounded normal anymore. Because now I understood what he'd meant. They hadn't spared me out of mercy. They hadn't spared me because I deserved it. They'd spared me because I was a small part of a larger system, and small parts get left intact when breaking them would cause inconvenience. I kept driving, staring at the endless road, and for the first time in my life, I felt the full, chilling weight of being alive, not because I mattered, but because I didn't. I didn't pull over until the sun started to lighten the edges of the sky. Not because I felt safe, and not because I was tired in the normal sense. I pulled over because my body couldn't stay in that state anymore. There's a point where adrenaline stops being fuel and starts being poison, and somewhere around mile marker 417, it caught up with me. The truck stop was small. One of those places that barely qualifies as a stop. 4 pumps, a diner that smelled like burnt coffee even from the parking lot, and a flickering sign with 2 letters burned out. The lot was half empty, scattered with trucks whose drivers were still asleep behind drawn curtains. Normal, almost painfully normal. I parked far from the building. That detail matters, because even then, some instinct had already rewired itself in my head. Distance felt safer. Open space. Fewer blind spots. I killed the engine and sat there in the sudden silence, my ears ringing, as if something loud had just stopped screaming. The first sound that registered was the ticking of hot metal cooling, then the low hum of another truck idling nearby. Somewhere, a compressor kicked on with a sharp clack that made my shoulders jump. I sat there longer than I meant to, hands resting uselessly on my thighs, staring at my reflection in the windshield. My face looked older than it had the night before. Not dramatically, but enough that I noticed. Like something had shifted the alignment just a little, moved me forward a few years without asking. Eventually, I grabbed my phone and called the sheriff's department. The call felt rehearsed, even though I hadn't practiced it. Maybe because my mind had already played through every possible version of this conversation while I was driving. Every way it could go wrong. Every place where my words would lose weight the moment they left my mouth. The dispatcher answered with a tired voice. Professional. Neutral. I gave her my name, my location, told her I needed to report a robbery. She asked for details, and I gave them. I described the stop, the lights, the uniform, the gun, the men coming out of the trees, the pallets taken, the new seal, the voice on the radio. There were moments of silence on the other end, brief pauses where I imagined her typing notes, her eyes flicking over screens that showed nothing helpful. When I finished, she told me to stay where I was and that a deputy would come speak with me in person. It took 40 minutes. I watched every vehicle that pulled into the lot during that time, every pickup, every sedan. I memorized the faces of people who walked past my truck, noted how their shadows moved across the pavement. I hated myself for it, but I couldn't stop. My brain had learned a new rule. Anyone could be something else. When the cruiser finally arrived, it didn't light me up. It rolled in slow, quiet, almost apologetic. The deputy was alone, middle-aged, brown hair, no sunglasses. He walked up to my door with his hands visible, posture relaxed. I appreciated that more than I could explain. He listened while I told the story again, this time out loud to someone who was physically there. I watched his face as I spoke, looking for reactions. Skepticism, disbelief, concern. He gave me very little. He nodded at the appropriate places, asked clarifying questions, took notes. When I finished, he sighed softly and leaned back against my door. "You're not the first trucker to tell a story like this," he said. That sentence landed heavier than anything else he could have said. Not the first. I swallowed. "So you've heard of them?" He hesitated, just long enough for me to notice. Then he nodded. "Yeah," he said. "We've heard of them." He didn't say the name right away. Instead, he explained the process, how reports like mine get forwarded, how multiple agencies share information, how patterns are hard to prove when people don't stick around long enough to get caught. They don't hit the same place twice, he said, and they don't stay in one county or one state. I nodded slowly. They knew what they were looking for. He met my eyes. That's what worries us. There was a weight in his voice now, something heavier than routine. Unofficially, he said, lowering his voice, they get called a militia group. The word sat between us like an object neither of us wanted to touch. Militia. I'd heard it before, of course. On the news, on the radio. Usually followed by phrases like fringe elements or isolated incidents. Always framed as something distant, something theoretical, not something that pulled you to your knees on the side of a dark highway. Do you have a name? I asked. He exhaled slowly through his nose. They've used a few. Depends who you ask. Some call them patriots. Some call them extremists. Some call them domestic terrorists. Hi. He shrugged slightly. Names change. Groups splinter. People move on. But you know who they are, I pressed. He met my gaze again, and this time there was no comfort there at all. We know they exist, he said carefully. That's not the same thing. I nodded because I understood the difference now. He asked about the CB transmission. I told him what I could remember, word for word. His pen paused when I repeated the line about being lucky. Yeah, he said quietly. That sounds like them? That was when the name came out. He said it casually, almost reluctantly, like speaking it too loudly might give it weight. I won't repeat it here. Not because I'm trying to be dramatic, and not because I think saying it would summon anything. I won't repeat it because once you hear a name like that in a context like this, it stops being just a word. It becomes a hook. Something your mind keeps catching on, whether you want it to or not. And I've spent enough nights waking up with that word already lodged in my head. The deputy told me they'd open a case file, that they'd forward my report, that I'd probably be contacted again. But I want to be honest with you, he said. I wouldn't expect arrests anytime soon. The honesty felt like a courtesy and a burden at the same time. I nodded again. So that's it. That's it for now, he said. Before he left, he gave me advice. Not official advice, personal advice. Change your routes if you can, he said. Don't get predictable. And if something feels off, don't stop. I laughed quietly at that. That's the thing, I said. Nothing felt off. He didn't laugh with me. He just nodded once, like that was the worst part. After he drove away, I sat in my cab for a long time. The diner across the lot was starting to fill with early morning customers. Plates clattered. A door slammed. Laughter drifted out when someone held it open too long. Life continuing, I eventually went inside, ordered coffee I didn't taste, and stared out the window until the sky turned fully gray. Every time the door opened, my head snapped up. Every time someone whistled, an absent-minded tune, a sharp call to a friend, I felt my heart jump. That sound had lodged itself somewhere deep. The whistle. I heard it in everything after that. The tea kettle at home when it hit a certain pitch. The microwave at work. A kid calling his dog across a yard. Even the wind through a cracked window sometimes carried a note that made my stomach drop before my brain could catch up. At night, it was worse. I'd lie in my bunk, eyes open, listening to the familiar chorus of truck stop sounds, the rumble of engines, the distant hiss of air brakes, the low murmur of voices carried through thin walls. And every so often, my mind would insert it. A whistle. Clear, sharp, commanding. I'd sit up, heart pounding, only to realize it was nothing. Just memory, just nerves. But memory has a way of lying to you about the present. The case went nowhere, exactly like the voice on the CB said it would. When the follow-up call came weeks later, the officer on the other end was polite and tired. He told me there were no updates, no suspects matching my description, no corroborating evidence. The dash cam footage I'd mentioned had already been overwritten by the time I checked. That part hit harder than I expected. I'd known it would happen. I'd known modern systems eat their own past without ceremony. Still, knowing that the one mechanical witness I'd had was gone, erased by design, left me feeling strangely exposed, like the night itself had been allowed to vanish. I kept driving after that. I didn't really have a choice. Bills don't pause for trauma, and the road doesn't care what you've learned about it. But I wasn't the same driver. I avoided stopping when I could. I avoided empty stretches. I avoided authority that didn't feel quite right. And every time I saw red and blue lights in my mirrors, my pulse spiked hard enough to make my vision blur. Most of the time, it was nothing. A legitimate stop, a routine check, a trooper doing his job. But the doubt never fully went away, because now I knew how thin the line was. I knew how easily procedure could be turned into a weapon, how authority could be worn like a costume, how survival didn't mean safety. It just meant postponement. Years later, I still hear the whistle. Not out loud. Not really. It comes in moments when the world is quiet and my guard is down. When I'm fueling up at night and the wind shifts just right. When I'm backing into a dark slot at a rest area and the sound of my own footsteps echoes too clearly. It's always the same tone, the same sharp call that means move now. And every time I hear it, I remember the man's voice on the radio. You're free because you're useful. I don't know what happened to that militia group. I don't know if they fractured, got arrested, or simply changed their name and kept going. But I do know this. Names fade. Faces change. Uniforms mean nothing. And some sounds, once they're used the right way, never really leave you. Not even when the road is empty. I want to be clear about something before I go any further. When people ask me now, after everything, didn't you see it coming? They usually imagine some obvious sign. A stare that lingered too long. A comment that crossed a line. Something clear enough that a normal person would have stepped back and said, yeah, that's not right. That isn't how it works. If it were, stories like this wouldn't exist. Jerry didn't arrive with sirens or shadows trailing behind him. He didn't feel dangerous. He didn't feel anything at first. He was just there, quiet, on time, clean uniform, kept his head down. The kind of guy you barely remember being in the room with until someone mentions his name and you have to picture his face twice. He was hired in late spring, right when the weather starts tricking you into thinking everything's about to get easier. Our depot sat on the edge of town, backed up against a stretch of warehouses and scrubby trees, the kind of place that smelled like hot asphalt and diesel no matter the season. I'd been there 4 years by then, never missed a shift, never called out sick. I knew everyone, or at least I thought I did. Jerry replaced a guy who retired quietly. No drama, no farewell party, just an empty locker one morning, and a new name on the schedule a week later. At first, Jerry blended in perfectly. He clocked in early, clocked out on time. Didn't complain about routes, didn't complain about management, which, if you've ever worked delivery, is unusual enough that it should count as a personality trait. He drove clean, no write-ups, no damaged cargo, no missed stops. If you asked HR to design a model employee on paper, you'd get Jerry. And that's part of the problem. The first thing that felt off wasn't something he did. It was something he didn't do. We were standing around the break room one afternoon. Me, Tony, a couple other drivers, waiting on paperwork to clear. The fridge was humming too loud like it always did, and someone had left the TV on mute with closed captions scrolling across a daytime news segment none of us were watching. Tony pulled out his phone. Tony talked about his niece the way some people talk about religion, like it was a source of meaning he didn't need to justify. She just started elementary school, And he was one of those uncles who took pride in being the guy who showed up to recitals and science fairs even when the parents didn't ask. "Look at this," he said, passing his phone around. "She lost her first tooth today." The picture made its way around the circle. Everyone did the same thing. Quick glance, polite smile, some version of "that's cute" or "man." They grow fast. When the phone reached Jerry, something strange happened. He didn't even look. Not a quick glance, not a half-second courtesy peek. He held his hands up like Tony had offered him something inappropriate. "No thanks," Jerry said, flat, eyes already drifting away. The room went quiet for just a beat too long. Tony laughed awkwardly. Okay, man." Jerry shrugged and leaned back against the counter, staring at a spot on the wall like that was the end of it. At the time, I didn't think predator. I thought rude. I thought awkward. I thought maybe he just doesn't like kids, which is something people say about themselves, like it's a harmless preference, like not liking dogs or spicy food. But something about the way he avoided even looking stuck with me. It wasn't disgust. It wasn't anger. It was more like refusal. As if acknowledging the image at all would have been a mistake. No one else commented on it. The moment passed. Tony pocketed his phone. The TV kept scrolling captions. The fridge kept humming. That's how red flags work when they're small. They don't wave. They flicker. A week later, I noticed something else. Jerry never joined certain conversations. Not the loud ones about roots or fuel prices. The quiet ones. The ones that happened naturally when people stood close enough without meaning to. Kids came up a lot in our line of work. You deliver to schools, grocery stores, daycares, residential neighborhoods in the afternoon when buses are unloading and sidewalks are full. It wasn't weird to mention. Whenever those conversations started, Jerry drifted. Not abruptly, not obviously. He'd check his phone. He'd step outside to smoke, except I never once saw him light a cigarette. He'd volunteer to grab paperwork from the office, always gone just long enough. Again, I didn't think danger. I thought boundary. I thought maybe he had a rough childhood. Maybe kids reminded him of something he didn't want to deal with. We all carry our stuff to work, whether we mean to or not. The next thing was so small, I almost didn't clock it as a thing at all. We were doing a delivery near an elementary school, one of those older brick buildings with faded playground equipment and chain link fences that rattled when kids climbed them. I pulled out ahead of Jerry when we left the depot. 20 minutes later, I saw his truck parked near the school, not in the lot, on the street. I slowed instinctively, thinking maybe he was lost or double-checking his route. I glanced over as I passed. Jerry was standing outside his truck, just standing, facing the fence, hands at his sides, not talking, not smoking, not moving. The kids were out for recess, their voices rising and falling in that chaotic way that sounds like joy until you listen too closely. Jerry didn't react to them, didn't wave, didn't smile. He just watched. I told myself a story immediately, because that's what people do when something doesn't fit. Maybe he has a kid here. Maybe he just finished a delivery. Maybe he's on break. The thought slid into place and smoothed over the unease like a palm over wrinkled paper. I didn't stop. I didn't honk. I didn't mention it to anyone. That night, I forgot about it completely until I saw him there again. Same spot, same school, same posture. This time, it was my day off. I was driving past with groceries in the back seat, half focused on a podcast. when I noticed the truck before I noticed the man. Our logo was distinctive. Hard to miss once you know it. My foot eased off the gas without me meaning to. Jerry stood exactly where he had before. And this time, I noticed his phone. He held it close to his chest, screen facing outward, angled just enough that I could see it glowing. Not texting, not scrolling, recording. The sound of kids carried through my open window. Laughter, shouts, the sharp squeal of a whistle from a teacher somewhere on the yard. I felt my stomach drop in a slow, deliberate way, like my body was trying to prepare me for something my brain hadn't accepted yet. I parked. I don't know why I parked. I could tell you it was because I wanted to be sure that I didn't want to accuse someone of something horrible without proof, that I was being responsible. That's all true. But it's also true that some part of me hoped I was wrong, that if I got closer, the story I'd told myself would solidify into something harmless. I got out of my car quietly, heart pounding harder with each step. Gravel crunched under my shoes, loud in my ears. Jerry didn't turn around. When I was close enough, I could see the screen clearly. It was the schoolyard, zoomed in. That's when I spoke. Jerry. He jumped, not startled, panicked. The phone vanished into his pocket in one fast, practiced motion. He spun around, eyes wide, face flushed. "What the hell are you doing?" I asked. The words came out harsher than I meant them to. "Just taking a break," he said. Too fast, too rehearsed. I told him to show me his phone. He refused. That was the moment the last excuse died. A teacher noticed us then. Kids stopped playing to stare. Jerry backed away, climbed into his truck, and drove off without another word. I stood there shaking, the sounds of recess suddenly unbearable. That night, I reported him. And that's when I learned the most important lesson of all. Small red flags don't matter to systems. Not until it's too late. The first time I saw Jerry's truck by the school, I didn't stop. That detail matters more than people like to admit. It was late afternoon, just past 3, the hour when neighborhoods change their rhythm. Streets that are usually empty fill with minivans and sedans idling with blinkers on. Crosswalk lights flash yellow. The air carries a mix of cut grass, hot pavement, and that faint metallic smell you only notice near playground equipment that's baked in the sun all day. I was finishing my route, tired in the specific way that comes from repetition rather than effort. Same turns, same stop signs, same mental checklist I'd been running for years without thinking about it. I'd already shifted into that end-of-day mode where your body is on autopilot and your mind is halfway home. That's when I saw the truck. Our company logo stood out immediately. White paint, blue lettering, reflective strip along the side panel catching the sunlight at the wrong angle. It was parked along the curb, just off the main road, half shadowed by a row of leafless trees that lined the school's fence. Not in the staff lot, not in the visitor spots, just there. I slowed without meaning to. At first, my brain did what it always does when it encounters something unexpected but inconvenient. It tried to normalize it as fast as possible. The human mind hates loose ends. It hates discomfort without explanation. Maybe he's lost. Maybe there's a delivery I didn't know about. Maybe he's on break. Those thoughts came quick, stacked neatly on top of each other like boxes on a pallet, each one plausible, each one comforting. I glanced toward the playground as I rolled past. Recess was in full swing, kids everywhere, bright jackets, backpacks dumped near benches. The kind of noise that isn't loud so much as constant. A living static of laughter, shouting, and movement. Then I saw Jerry. He wasn't leaning against the truck. He wasn't sitting in the cab. He wasn't talking to anyone. He was standing, just standing, a few feet from the fence, hands at his sides, facing the yard. I remember noticing how still he was. Not relaxed, not casual, just planted, like he decided on that exact spot and hadn't moved since. I told myself another story. He's got a kid here. That one slid into place easily. So easily it scared me later, how natural it felt. People work jobs. People have families. Sometimes worlds overlap. Sometimes you finish a delivery early and swing by your kid's school to see them for a minute before heading back. That's not suspicious. That's life. I didn't see a phone in his hands that first time. Or maybe I did. And my brain filed it under not important. Memory is funny that way. It edits as it goes, trimming details that don't fit the narrative you've already accepted. I kept driving. I didn't wave. I didn't text him. I didn't mention it to anyone back at the depot. And by the time I pulled into my driveway that evening, the image had already softened around the edges, filed away under random workplace coincidence. The kind of thing that doesn't deserve space in your head once dinner's on the table and the TV's on in the background. That night, I slept fine. The second time was different. It was my day off. That alone made everything sharper. When you're not on the clock, your senses don't have a task to hide behind. You notice things more. You question them instead of shoving them into mental folders labeled "deal with later." I was driving past the same school, groceries in the back seat, the radio low. I wasn't thinking about Jerry. I wasn't thinking about work at all, but I recognized the truck immediately. Same spot, same angle, same distance from the fence. That's when unease crept in. Not as panic, but as friction. Like two pieces of reality rubbing against each other in a way that didn't quite align. I slowed again. This time, I saw his posture more clearly. Rigid, forward-facing. His weight slightly shifted onto one foot, like he'd been standing there longer than comfort would normally allow. The playground noise washed over me through my open window. A whistle blew somewhere, a teacher shouting a name, sneakers scraping against asphalt. And then I saw the phone. He held it close to his chest, one hand wrapped around it, the other steadying it from below. The screen was lit, brightness turned up high enough that I could see the glow even from the road. He wasn't texting. He wasn't scrolling. The image on the screen didn't change. That's when my stomach dropped. Not fast, not dramatically, but with a slow, sinking certainty that made my throat tighten. My brain tried one last time to rescue me. Maybe he's recording a school event. Maybe he's documenting something for insurance. Maybe you're projecting. Those thoughts were thinner now, less convincing. They felt like excuses that knew they were running out of time. I didn't honk. I didn't call out. I parked. I tell myself now that I parked because I wanted to be responsible, that I didn't want to accuse someone of something horrible without being sure, that confronting him quietly was better than making a scene near kids. All of that is true. But there's another truth layered underneath it, one I didn't want to face at the time. Some part of me wanted to confirm my fear. Because once you see something like that, you can't unknow it. And uncertainty is sometimes worse than the truth, even when the truth is ugly. I got out of my car slowly, closing the door without slamming it. The sound of it clicking shut felt too loud. Every step toward him made my pulse pick up speed. Gravel crunched under my shoes. He didn't turn around. The closer I got, the clearer the screen became. The image was zoomed in. Not wide, not general. Focused. That was the moment something cold settled behind my eyes. A sensation I'd never felt before, like a mental switch flipping from maybe to no. I said his name. Jerry. The reaction told me everything. He didn't flinch the way someone does when they're startled. He jolted, sharp, violent, like a spring snapping loose. The phone disappeared into his pocket so fast it was obvious this wasn't the first time he'd practiced that motion. He spun around, eyes wide, face flushed, breath shallow. "What the hell are you doing?" I asked. The words came out harsher than I'd planned, edged with something I didn't recognize in my own voice. "Just taking a break," he said. Too fast, too smooth. No hesitation, no confusion, no attempt to justify being there. Just a line. I told him to show me his phone. He refused. That refusal echoed louder than anything he could have said, because innocent people don't protect their phones like weapons. They don't lock them down like vaults. The teacher noticed us then. I saw her expression change as she took in the scene. Two men arguing near the fence, one of them in a company uniform. Kids started slowing their play, curiosity pulling their attention toward us. Jerry backed away. Not apologetic, not angry, just done. He climbed into his truck, started it, and pulled away without another word, tires crunching over the curb like it didn't matter. I stood there shaking, the noise of recess suddenly unbearable. Every laugh sounded wrong, every shout felt sharp. People think the moment of realization is loud, explosive, that it hits you like a scream. They're wrong. It's quiet. It's the sound of your own excuses collapsing. That night, when I told myself I'd probably misunderstood, that maybe I'd overreacted, I knew I was lying. But lies are easier when the system around you is built to accept them. And at that point, I still believed the system would do the right thing. I didn't know yet how wrong I was. The second time I saw him, I knew it wasn't a coincidence. That realization didn't arrive all at once. It crept in slowly, quietly, the way understanding does when your mind has finally run out of excuses to hide behind. I remember the exact moment it settled in. Not as panic, not as anger, but as a heavy, sinking certainty that made my chest feel tight and my mouth go dry. It was my day off. That detail matters more than it should. When you're not on the clock, there's no schedule pushing you forward, no delivery window demanding your attention. You're not thinking in routes or time slots. You're just present, and presence makes it harder to ignore things. I was driving back from the grocery store, late afternoon sun hanging low enough to throw long shadows across the road. The radio was on, something light, forgettable. I was halfway through planning dinner in my head when I saw the truck again. Same logo, same white paint, same blue lettering catching the sunlight in a way that made it stand out against the dull brick of the school building. My foot eased off the gas without me consciously deciding to slow down. The truck was parked in the same place as before, not a few feet over, not closer or farther away. The exact same stretch of curb just outside the school's fence line, where the grass was worn thin and the asphalt bore faint oil stains from vehicles that lingered too long. That's when the first real chill ran through me. Coincidences don't repeat themselves with that kind of precision. The playground was full again, Kids everywhere, jackets tied around waists, backpacks scattered near the benches like they'd been dropped mid-motion. The noise carried easily through my open window. Laughter, shouts, the sharp squeak of sneakers against pavement. And there was Jerry, standing in the same posture as before, facing the fence, still, too still. I slowed further, my heart beginning to beat harder, faster, as if it already knew what my eyes were about to confirm. This time, there was no ambiguity. I saw the phone immediately. He held it close to his chest, elbows tucked in, body angled just enough to shield the screen from anyone passing behind him. The glow of it was unmistakable, even in daylight. A bright, focused rectangle that didn't flicker or change the way it would if he were texting or scrolling. He wasn't looking at the screen. He was looking past it, at the yard, at the kids. That's when my stomach dropped, not with shock, but with recognition. A slow, nauseating realization that settled in my gut and stayed there, heavy and unmoving. My mind tried one last time to save me from what I was seeing. Maybe he's recording a school event. Maybe he's documenting something official. Maybe you're reading too much into it. But the angle was wrong for that. Too tight. Too deliberate. And there was no banner, no stage, no organized activity happening on the yard. Just kids being kids in the unguarded way that only happens when they think no one dangerous is watching. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I drove past him, heart hammering, eyes flicking back to the mirror. He didn't turn, didn't acknowledge my presence at all. It was like the rest of the world had gone dim around whatever he was focused on. I pulled over about 100 yards down the road. I sat there with the engine running, staring at the dashboard, my reflection faint in the glass. My breathing felt shallow, uneven, like I'd just climbed a long flight of stairs too fast. I could still hear the playground through the open window, the sound threading itself into my thoughts in a way that made my skin crawl. This was the moment. The one everyone imagines will be clear and decisive when they talk about situations like this. The point where you either act or you don't. I thought about driving away. That option presented itself immediately, smooth and tempting. I could tell myself I'd misinterpreted things. I could call someone later. I could let the system handle it. I could choose not to insert myself into something messy and terrifying. And for a few seconds, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Because confronting someone about something like this isn't brave. It's terrifying. It means stepping into a reality where you might be wrong. Or worse, where you might be right and suddenly responsible. I looked back toward the school. Jerry hadn't moved. The phone was still up. That's when something in me hardened. Not anger, not heroism. Resolve. I shut off the engine. The sudden silence felt too loud. The ticking of cooling metal filled the cab, each click echoing like a countdown. I opened the door and stepped out, the smell of warm asphalt and cut grass hitting me immediately. Every step toward him felt heavier than the last. Gravel crunched under my shoes, loud enough that I was sure he'd hear it. He didn't turn around. That made it worse. When I was close enough, I could see the screen clearly. It was zoomed in, not wide, not incidental, focused on a cluster of kids near the jungle gym. That was the moment my doubt finally died. I said his name. Jerry. The reaction was immediate and violent. He jerked as if someone had shocked him, shoulders snapping tense, the phone vanishing into his pocket in one smooth, practiced motion. He spun around, eyes wide, face flushed, breathing quick and shallow. For a split second, we just stared at each other. I saw fear in his eyes. Not guilt, not shame. Fear. "What are you doing?" I asked, my voice coming out rougher than I intended. He swallowed. "Just taking a break," he said. The same line, word for word. That's when I knew it wasn't the first time he'd used it. "Show me your phone," I said. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, but I forced myself to hold his gaze. I didn't want to blink, didn't want to give him an opening. He shook his head. "No." One word. Flat. Final. The teacher had started to notice us now. I saw her slow near the edge of the yard, her expression tightening as she took in the scene. Two men arguing near the fence, one in a delivery uniform, both too close for comfort. Kids began to stare. That was when Jerry backed away. Not apologetically, not defensively, strategically. He took 2 steps back, eyes never leaving mine, then turned and walked quickly to his truck. He climbed in, started it, and pulled away without another word, tires bumping over the curb like the rules didn't apply to him. I stood there shaking, the sounds of recess suddenly distorted, wrong. Every laugh sounded sharper, every shout felt too close. People talk about seeing red flags like they're obvious warnings flapping in the wind, but the truth is, most red flags don't announce themselves. They wait. They repeat. And by the time you finally stop telling yourself comforting lies, you realize the worst part isn't what you saw. It's how long you almost convinced yourself not to see it at all. That was the second time. And after that, there was no pretending anymore. The moment Jerry drove away, something in me snapped into place. Not rage, not panic, responsibility. I stood there for a few seconds longer than I should have, my heart hammering so hard it felt like it might bruise my ribs from the inside. The playground noise rushed back in all at once. Laughter, shouting, the scrape of shoes on concrete. Too loud, too alive, too normal for what had just happened a few feet away. A teacher was staring at me. I hadn't noticed her approach, but she was close now, standing just inside the gate, keys clipped to her belt, posture stiff in that unmistakable way adults use when they're trying to assess whether a situation is about to become a problem. Her eyes flicked from me to the empty space where Jerry's truck had been, then back again. "Is everything okay?" she asked. Her tone was calm, but there was an edge underneath it. Alert, protective. I opened my mouth to answer and realized I didn't know what to say. How do you explain something like that without sounding unhinged? Without accusing someone of something monstrous based on a few seconds of observation and a gut feeling you're still trying to articulate to yourself? I work with him, I said finally, nodding in the direction Jerry had gone. My voice sounded strange in my ears, too controlled, too careful. He shouldn't have been here. Her expression tightened. Was he taking pictures? The question hit me harder than anything else that day, because it meant she'd already noticed. "Yes," I said. I didn't hesitate this time. He had his phone out, recording. She didn't gasp. She didn't ask me to repeat myself. She didn't look shocked. She exhaled slowly, the way someone does when a worry they've been carrying suddenly sharpens into something real. "Thank you for saying something," she said. "We'll handle it from here." I nodded, though part of me knew handling it wasn't as simple as that. I gave her my name, told her where I worked. She asked if I'd be willing to speak to the principal if needed. I said yes, without thinking. By the time I walked back to my car, my legs felt hollow. The drive home was a blur. I don't remember the radio. I don't remember traffic. I remember my hands gripping the wheel and the thought looping over and over in my head like a scratched record. You did the right thing. I needed to believe that. The call from my supervisor came the next morning. I recognized the number immediately and felt a tightness in my chest before I even answered. Something about the timing felt off. Too quick, too coordinated. "Hey," he said, his voice neutral in that way that meant he was choosing his words carefully. "You got a minute to come in today?" "Is this about Jerry?" I asked. There was a pause, a small one, but enough. "Yeah," he said. "Management wants to talk." I drove to the depot with a pit in my stomach. The place looked the same as it always had. Rows of trucks lined up like obedient animals, the smell of diesel hanging in the air, guys clocking in, joking, complaining, living their normal routines. Jerry's truck was there. That detail stopped me cold. Parked in its usual spot, clean, ordinary, as if he hadn't peeled away from a school curb less than 24 hours earlier. I went inside. The meeting room was small and windowless, lit by fluorescent lights that hummed softly overhead. My supervisor sat at the table, along with a man I didn't recognize. Mid-30s maybe, crisp shirt, neat haircut, a laptop already open in front of him. HR. He smiled at me as I sat down. It wasn't a warm smile. It was the kind designed to look neutral no matter which way the conversation went. "Thanks for coming in," he said. "We just want to clear a few things up." I folded my hands on the table, feeling suddenly very aware of my posture, my tone, my words. I told myself again that I'd done the right thing. That honesty would matter. They asked me to explain what happened. So I did. I told them about seeing Jerry near the school, about the phone, about the second time, about approaching him, about him leaving abruptly. I didn't embellish. I didn't speculate. I stuck to what I'd seen and heard. The HR guy nodded as I spoke, fingers steepled, eyes attentive. My supervisor avoided my gaze, staring at a spot on the table instead. When I finished, there was silence. Then HR leaned back in his chair. "So," he said slowly, "to be clear, you did not actually see what was on Jerry's phone." "I saw the screen," I replied. "It was recording the playground." "But you didn't see the footage afterward," he said. "Correct?" "No," I said. He refused to show me. He nodded again, typing something. "And you approached him while he was off the clock?" "I believe so." "You confronted him near a school," he continued, "in front of staff and children. I spoke to him," I said, my voice tightening, because what he was doing was wrong. He looked up at that, really looked at me for the first time. "That's your opinion," he said gently. Something cold slid into my stomach. My supervisor finally spoke. "Jerry says a very different version of events." Of course he did. According to Jerry, he'd been parked nearby to check directions for a delivery later in the week. According to Jerry, I had approached him aggressively. According to Jerry, I had accused him loudly of something inappropriate without evidence, making him fear for his safety. "And the school?" I asked. "The teacher who saw him?" HR's fingers paused over the keyboard. "The school contacted us, yes. They reported a delivery truck near the property, but they did not make a formal accusation." I stared at him. "Because he left." "That may be," HR said calmly. "But from an employment standpoint, to work with what can be substantiated. My heart started pounding again, harder this time. "So what are you saying?" I asked. He clasped his hands together. "We're saying that regardless of intent, your actions created a situation that could be interpreted as harassment of a fellow employee." The word felt unreal. "Harassment," I repeated. "Yes," he said, following him, confronting him, demanding access to his personal property. I felt heat rise in my face. He was recording children. "That's an allegation," HR replied smoothly. "And allegations require evidence." I looked at my supervisor. "You believe this?" He shifted uncomfortably. "It's not about belief. It's about liability." There it was, the real word, liability. I realized then that this conversation had never been about whether Jerry had done something wrong. That question had already been quietly set aside, deemed inconvenient. This was about who posed a greater risk to the company. And right now, that was me. HR leaned forward slightly. "We're issuing you a formal warning," he said. "Any further incidents involving Jerry will result in disciplinary action." My ears rang. "So he just keeps working here?" I asked. "For now," HR said. "Yes." I laughed. I couldn't help it. A short, incredulous sound that bounced off the walls of the room. "You're telling me I did the wrong thing," I said, "by saying something." HR didn't flinch. "We're saying you handled it improperly." I stood up. My chair scraped loudly against the floor. Neither of them told me to sit back down. I looked at my supervisor one last time. "If something happens," I said quietly, "this is on you." He didn't respond. I walked out of the room, through the depot, past Jerry's truck. He wasn't there, but the feeling that he was, watching, waiting, clung to me all the same. That was the day I learned the system doesn't always protect the right people. Sometimes it protects the quiet ones, the ones who don't make trouble, the ones no one wants to look at too closely. By the time I got home, the story had already changed. That's the part people never believe when I tell them this later. They assume the lie comes after some investigation, some back and forth, some attempt at truth that slowly erodes. They imagine time passing before the narrative twists. That's not how it happened. The version of events that mattered, the one that would be written down, archived, repeated, was rewritten almost immediately. Faster than I could even process what had happened in that windowless meeting room. I didn't know that yet. I still believed, stupidly, that the worst of it was over. I was wrong. The email came the next morning. Subject line: follow-up, workplace conduct discussion. Neutral, bloodless, the kind of wording that pretends nothing serious is happening while quietly deciding your future. I opened it standing in my kitchen, coffee going cold on the counter beside me. The hum of the refrigerator filled the silence. A steady, mindless sound that contrasted sharply with the tightening pressure in my chest as I read. According to the email, there had been an incident involving me and a fellow employee. According to the email, management had concerns about my judgment, my professionalism, my ability to separate personal assumptions from workplace conduct. There was no mention of a school, no mention of a phone, no mention of children. Instead, there were phrases like unsubstantiated claims and potentially aggressive behavior and creating an unsafe environment for coworkers. I read it twice, then a third time. Each pass felt like stepping deeper into something soft and unstable, like quicksand. The words didn't accuse me outright, but they didn't need to. They framed me, positioned me, defined me in a way that didn't leave much room to argue. I scrolled down. At the bottom was a reminder of company policy, a polite warning. Any further incidents, communications, or behaviors deemed inappropriate could result in immediate termination. Immediate. No investigation mentioned, no appeal, just consequence. My phone buzzed while I was still staring at the screen. It was my supervisor. I let it ring once, twice. On the third buzz, I answered. "Hey," he said. His voice sounded tired, not angry, not defensive, just worn down. "What the hell is this?" I asked, holding the phone out like it might burn me. He sighed. HR had to document it. "Document what?" I snapped. "That I said something when I saw something wrong? That's not how it's being framed," he replied carefully. "Of course it wasn't." "How is it being framed?" I asked. There was a pause, a long one, long enough that I could picture him rubbing his forehead, staring at the floor, wishing he wasn't in the middle of this. "They're saying you targeted Jerry," he said, "that you escalated a personal issue in a public place." My jaw clenched. I didn't even know him. "That's what HR says makes it worse." I laughed then, not because it was funny, but because it was absurd in that hollow, disorienting way that makes laughter the only possible response. "So he gets to walk away," I said, "and I'm the problem." "No one's saying that," he replied quickly. But he didn't contradict it either. "They're saying you need to drop it," he continued. "No more contact, no more comments, no more anything." "And if I don't?" I asked. He hesitated. "Then they'll say you're creating a hostile work environment." There it was again, that phrase. Clean, corporate, flexible enough to be used against anyone who didn't fall back into line. I hung up after that. Not angrily, not dramatically. I just didn't have anything left to say. At work, things shifted almost immediately. People who joked with me for years suddenly seemed cautious, not hostile, just careful. Conversations lowered when I walked into a room. Eyes flicked away faster than usual. No one asked what had happened outright, but I could feel the questions hanging in the air. Someone had talked. HR always says they don't discuss personnel matters. They don't have to. Stories leak through tone, through posture, through the subtle way people change how close they stand to you. I heard snippets. Misunderstanding. Went too far. HR's watching that situation. Jerry, meanwhile, went about his routine unchanged. Same routes, same clock-in times, same quiet presence. He didn't look at me. That was the worst part. If he'd glared, smirked, reacted in any way, it would have felt human, confrontational, something I could push back against. Instead, he acted like I didn't exist, like I was background noise, like he knew something I didn't. The second meeting with HR happened a week later. This one wasn't framed as a discussion. It was framed as a check-in. Same room, same fluorescent hum, same HR representative, laptop open, posture relaxed in a way that made my skin crawl. He didn't ask me to recount the incident again. He told me how it was going to be remembered. "Jerry has expressed concerns about his safety," he said. I stared at him. "His safety?" "Yes," HR replied smoothly. "He felt threatened by your behavior." I opened my mouth, then closed it again. I could feel my pulse in my neck, my ears. "He said you approached him aggressively," HR continued, "that you raised your voice, that you made accusations that could seriously damage his reputation." "And you believe him," I said. HR smiled faintly. "We don't deal in belief, we deal in risk." There it was again. Risk. "You're a liability now," he added, as if clarifying something I should have understood already. Not because you're a bad employee, your record is excellent, but because situations like this draw attention. I leaned forward. You're telling me that seeing something wrong and saying something about it makes me dangerous. He tilted his head slightly. I'm saying it makes you unpredictable. That word lodged itself in my chest. Unpredictable. You know what happens when companies face accusations involving minors, he continued, even unfounded ones. The media, the lawsuits, the reputational damage. So you bury it, I said quietly. He didn't correct me. Instead, he said, we manage it. The threat came after that. Not overt, not dramatic, just clear. If you continue to pursue this, HR said, folding his hands together, we will have no choice but to reevaluate your position here. I held his gaze. You mean fire me? Yes, he said, immediately. The word hung there between us, heavy and final. And Jerry? I asked. What happens to him? He glanced at his screen. Jerry has not violated any company policy. I stood up. This time, no one tried to stop me. As I walked out, something settled over me. Not fear, not anger, but a cold, clarifying understanding. The system didn't need to protect Jerry. It just needed to protect itself. And in that equation, I was expendable. The version of events that management chose was the one that cost them the least. It didn't matter whether it was true. It only mattered that it was convenient, defensible, and quiet. By the end of the week, I knew the unspoken rule. If I said one more word, one, about Jerry, I'd be gone. Not him, me. That's how the story was officially told. That's how it was filed. That's how it would stay. And that was the moment I realized something far more terrifying than any predator hiding in plain sight. Sometimes the most dangerous thing you can be is the person who refuses to look away. I didn't quit in a moment of anger. That's what people expect when I tell this part. They imagine me slamming a badge on a desk, storming out, saying something brave and final that makes for a clean ending. They imagine noise, confrontation, raised voices. None of that happened. I quit quietly. And that's what still bothers me. The decision didn't come all at once. It formed slowly, over a series of small, humiliating realizations that stacked up until there was nowhere left to stand. The first was the way people stopped meeting my eyes. Not everyone, just enough that it became noticeable. Conversations cut short when I walked into a room. Jokes that ended mid-sentence. Doors that closed a little faster than they used to. No one said anything outright. They didn't have to. The message was already circulating, moving faster and more efficiently than truth ever does. I was the problem. I was the one who'd taken things too far. I was the guy HR had spoken to, the guy who'd made management uncomfortable. And discomfort, I learned, is contagious. I tried to work like nothing had changed. I showed up early. I did my routes. I filled out paperwork carefully, double-checking every line. I told myself that if I just stayed professional, stayed quiet, stayed useful, things would settle back into place. They didn't. Jerry avoided me completely. That alone should have been a relief. But it wasn't. It felt deliberate, calculated. Like he knew the safest position wasn't to confront me or antagonize me, but to let the system do what it was already doing on his behalf. Once, I caught him looking at me through the reflection in a truck window. He looked away the second our eyes met. Not guilty, not afraid, amused. That was when I knew I was done. The final push came from HR. though they probably didn't realize it at the time. It was another email, shorter than the first, polite, firm. It reminded me of the company's expectations regarding workplace communication and conduct. It suggested that I might benefit from additional training on conflict resolution and appropriate escalation channels. Training for reporting something I never should have been punished for noticing. I read that email sitting in my truck, engine off, cab filled with the faint ticking sound of metal cooling. The lot was nearly empty. A gray sky pressed down low enough that it felt like it might touch the roof. I realized then that staying would mean agreeing. Agreeing not just to keep my mouth shut, but to internalize their version of events. To let my memory of what I'd seen soften, blur, become negotiable. To start doubting myself the way they already doubted me. And I couldn't do that. Not without losing something I wasn't ready to give up yet. So I wrote my resignation that night. No accusations, no explanations. Just a short notice thanking them for the opportunity and stating my intent to leave effective immediately. I stared at the screen for a long time before hitting send, half expecting my hands to shake. They didn't. The next morning, I went in earlier than usual. The depot was quiet, the way it always is before dawn. Trucks lined up in neat rows, dew clinging to their hoods. The air smelled like diesel and damp concrete. Familiar, comforting, painful in a way I hadn't expected. I turned in my badge at the front desk. The woman behind the counter looked surprised, not concerned, not curious, just surprised, like she hadn't expected me to take the hint so literally. "Oh," she said, "you're leaving?" "Yes," I replied. She nodded, slid the badge into a drawer, and handed me a form to sign. No questions, no exit interview scheduled. No one came out to ask why or try to talk me out of it. That silence was louder than any argument could have been. I cleared out my locker next. 4 years of routine fit into one cardboard box. Gloves, a jacket, a spare flashlight, a couple of photos I hadn't realized I'd taped to the inside wall. I stood there longer than I needed to, staring at the empty space once everything was gone. A few guys walked past. Some nodded. Some didn't. No one stopped. I don't blame them. Not really. People protect themselves in environments like that. Speaking up costs something. Standing next to someone marked as a problem costs even more. But understanding doesn't make it hurt less. When I walked out for the last time, Jerry's truck was parked in its usual spot. He wasn't there. I remember wondering, briefly, if he'd even noticed I was gone. If my absence registered as anything more than a slight shift in the background. Probably not. The system had already adjusted. I drove away without looking back. For a while, quitting felt like relief. The tension eased. The constant awareness of being watched faded. I stopped checking my phone for emails that made my stomach drop. I slept better, at least at first. But relief has a way of turning into something else once it settles. It turned into anger. Not loud anger. Not the kind that makes you pace or shout. The quiet, persistent anger that sat in the back of my mind and colored everything. Anger at the way things had been handled. Anger at the people who'd stayed silent. Anger at myself for expecting anything different. I thought about the kids at that school more than I wanted to admit. I wondered if Jerry ever went back, if someone else noticed, if the system caught up to him eventually, or if he simply learned to be more careful. Weeks passed, then months. Life moved on the way it always does. indifferent to unresolved things. I found other work. Nothing fancy, nothing permanent, just enough to keep moving forward. And then one night, I got a call from an old coworker. He didn't waste time with small talk. "They arrested Jerry," he said. I sat down hard on the edge of my bed. "For what?" I asked. "Feds," he replied. "Some kind of sting. Online stuff." He thought he was talking to a 13-year-old girl. The room felt very quiet. My coworker kept talking. Details, timelines, office reactions, but most of it washed over me. All I could hear was that one phrase looping in my head. "They arrested Jerry." "They came to the depot," he said. "Cuffed him right there. HR guy wasn't even in that day." I closed my eyes. Part of me felt vindicated. A sharp, bitter satisfaction that I hated myself for feeling at all. Proof. Finally. Proof that I hadn't imagined it. Proof that I hadn't been wrong. But that feeling didn't last. It was replaced by something heavier. Because Jerry didn't get caught because of what I did. He got caught because the system finally had no choice. And everyone who'd ignored me before, everyone who'd warned me to keep quiet, they got to act shocked, outraged, righteously angry. They got to say things like, "I always had a bad feeling about that guy." I didn't. I didn't get an apology. I didn't get a call from HR. I didn't get my job back. The system didn't correct itself. It just absorbed the outcome and kept going. That's the part people don't like to hear. They want justice to feel clean, restorative, like a balance restoring. But most of the time, it isn't. It's delayed, incomplete, and it doesn't undo the damage done along the way. I quit because I couldn't stay somewhere that punished me for noticing. I quit because no one stood beside me when it mattered. And I quit because I realized something that still unsettles me to this day. The most frightening predators aren't always protected by darkness or secrecy. Sometimes they're protected by policies, by fear of liability, by people who tell themselves it's safer not to look too closely. Jerry was one of the ones no one believed, until believing became unavoidable. And by then, the cost had already been paid. Just not by the people who should have paid it first. The call came on a Tuesday morning. Not early, not late. Right in the middle of the day, when nothing dramatic is supposed to happen. That was the first thing that struck me afterward. That the moment I'd been waiting for, dreading, imagining in a dozen different ways, arrived quietly. No build-up, no warning. Just my phone vibrating on the kitchen counter while I stood there rinsing out a coffee mug. I almost didn't answer it. The number wasn't saved. Local, but unfamiliar. I watched it buzz twice before picking it up, already bracing myself for another wrong number. Another small inconvenience in a life that had learned to move around discomfort instead of confronting it. "Hey," the voice said. "It's me." I recognized him immediately. One of the guys from the depot, not a close friend, but someone I'd shared routes with, complained with, laughed with, in that shallow workday way that feels solid until you leave and realize how thin it really was. "You sitting down?" he asked. Something in his tone made my stomach tighten. "No," I said. "What's going on?" There was a pause on the line. Just long enough. "They arrested Jerry." The mug slipped from my hand and clattered into the sink. I didn't notice until later that it hadn't broken. "They what?" I said. "Feds," he replied. "This morning. FBI. They came right into the depot." I lowered myself into the chair by the window, my legs suddenly unreliable. Outside, the street looked exactly the same as it always did. A delivery van passed. A dog barked somewhere. The world kept its rhythm, like nothing had shifted. "What for?" I asked, though I already knew the shape of the answer. "Online stuff," he said. "Sting operation." He thought he was talking to a 13-year-old girl. The words landed one at a time, each heavier than the last. 13. Girl. Thought. I closed my eyes. The confirmation didn't feel like relief. It felt like impact, like something long anticipated finally colliding with reality at full speed. "They cuffed him in front of everyone," my coworker continued. "Right there in the lot. 2 agents, unmarked cars, whole thing." I pictured it instantly. The depot, the rows of trucks. Jerry's quiet posture finally disrupted, his routine broken by something louder and stronger than policy. "HR wasn't even in," he added, almost as an afterthought. That detail stuck with me more than it should have. "Are you sure?" I asked. "Yeah," he said. "They didn't say much, but it's real. They took his phone, his computer, everything." I thanked him. I don't remember hanging up. For a long time after the call ended, I just sat there staring at the wall, listening to the low hum of the refrigerator, the faint tick of the clock over the sink. Ordinary sounds, anchoring me to a moment that felt unreal. Jerry was arrested. The words echoed, hollow and sharp all at once. I expected to feel vindicated. I expected a rush of, "I was right." I expected anger to finally have somewhere to go. Instead, I felt tired. Deeply, bone-achingly tired. Because the arrest didn't change what had already happened. It didn't rewrite the meetings. It didn't unsay the words HR had used. It didn't undo the way my coworkers had looked away, or the way the system had quietly pushed me out to protect itself. It just confirmed what I already knew. A few hours later, the news hit the local sites. No names at first, just headlines. Local delivery driver arrested in federal sting. Man accused of attempting to meet minor. The details were sparse but familiar. Chat logs, explicit messages, a meeting arranged that never happened because the girl on the other end of the conversation was an agent. I scrolled through the article slowly, my thumb hovering over the screen like it might burn me. Each paragraph felt like another door closing. There it was. Proof. Documentation. Language the system understands. By the next day, Jerry's name was everywhere. Co-workers started texting me. Some cautiously, some enthusiastically, some with a tone that made my stomach turn. "Man, you were right about that guy. I always thought there was something off about him. Can't believe we worked with someone like that." I didn't respond to most of them, because what I wanted to ask, what I couldn't stop thinking, was why it took an FBI sting to make what I'd seen matter. Why my word hadn't been enough. Why the teacher's unease hadn't triggered anything real. Why the system only acted when it was forced to by evidence it couldn't reframe or minimize. The depot issued a statement. I saw it online, quoted in an article that mentioned the arrest in careful corporate language. The company is cooperating fully with authorities. We take these matters seriously. We are committed to the safety of our community. There was no mention of prior reports, no acknowledgement of concerns raised, no apology, just distance. I drove past the depot once, a week later, not on purpose, just a wrong turn that put me back on a familiar road. Jerry's truck was gone. His spot sat empty, oil stain fading under the sun, like it had never mattered who'd parked there. A new hire would fill it soon. Someone else with a clean record and a quiet demeanor. Someone the system could work with. I didn't stop. I didn't want to see who else was standing around pretending this was all a shock. Later that night, I dreamed about the school. Not the building itself, but the fence. The chain link stretching into the distance, the way they vibrated when kids leaned against them. In the dream, I stood on one side while Jerry stood on the other, phone in his hand, face blank. I tried to shout. No sound came out. I woke up with my heart racing, sheets twisted around my legs like restraints. That was when it hit me hardest. The arrest didn't erase the time in between. It didn't undo the months where Jerry had walked free after I'd said something. It didn't change the fact that for a long while, the system had chosen silence over scrutiny, comfort over confrontation. It just ended the story at a point the public could digest. People like clean endings. They like to believe predators get caught quickly, that warnings are heeded, that the right people are protected at the right time. Reality is messier. Sometimes the warning comes early. Sometimes it's ignored. And sometimes, by the time the truth is undeniable, it's already too late to matter in the ways that count. I was asked once by someone who'd read the article if I felt relieved. I told them no, because relief would have meant believing the system worked. What I felt instead was something colder and more permanent. Confirmation doesn't heal. It just closes the loop. Jerry was arrested. Everything I'd seen was real. Everything I'd been punished for noticing was true. And none of that changed the fact that when it mattered most, when a quiet red flag flickered instead of waving, no one wanted to look long enough to see what it meant. Some warnings come too late, not because they aren't clear, but because listening would have required action, and action would have been inconvenient. And that's the part that still keeps me awake at night. Not the arrest, not the headlines, not even Jerry himself. It's the knowledge that the truth didn't save me. It just proved I'd never imagined it. After the arrest, I expected something to happen. Not justice. I'd learned better than that. But movement, an apology, an email, a meeting, some institutional twitch that acknowledged a mistake had been made. I didn't even need them to say they were wrong. I just needed them to say something that proved the system was capable of recognizing the damage it caused along the way. Nothing came. The days following Jerry's arrest unfolded with an eerie calm. News cycles did their brief, predictable loop. Headlines sharpened, softened, and then slid down the page as newer stories replaced them. The public reaction followed the same arc: outrage, speculation, moral certainty, before settling back into comfortable distance. People like monsters to be singular, contained. Once named and removed, they can be filed away. I waited. A week passed, then two. No call from HR, no email acknowledging the obvious, no request for a statement, no apology for the warnings I'd been punished for raising, not even a perfunctory "we regret any distress this may have caused." It was as if the department that had once seemed omnipresent, documenting, warning, threatening, had simply evaporated. At first, I assumed they were busy. Crisis management takes time. Lawyers get involved. Statements are crafted carefully, passed through multiple filters until they say as little as possible while sounding sincere. But that explanation didn't hold, because other people were getting calls. Former coworkers told me HR had reached out to them, not about me, about optics, about talking points, about what to say if reporters asked questions, about directing any inquiries to corporate communications. They had scripts. They just didn't have apologies. I checked my inbox obsessively for a while, half expecting something to slip through by mistake. An internal memo forwarded to the wrong address. A generic apology blast sent to the entire company that included my name by accident. Nothing. It was like I'd never existed. I drove past the depot again one afternoon, months after the arrest, curiosity pulling me down a familiar road. The building looked unchanged. Same faded sign, same security gate, different faces coming and going. A banner hung near the entrance now. Something about commitment to safety and community trust. I sat in my car and watched for a while. HR's office was on the second floor. I knew exactly which window it was. I stared up at it, half expecting to see a silhouette behind the glass, someone looking back at me with recognition or guilt. The blinds were drawn. A coworker I still kept in touch with told me later that the HR guy, the one who'd warned me, documented me, threatened my job, had left the company shortly after the arrest. Not fired, not reassigned. Gone. No farewell email, no announcement. One day he was there, and the next day, his calendar invites stopped appearing. He just disappeared, my coworker said, voice lowered like he was sharing a rumor, like he was never here. The irony landed hard. The man who'd insisted on documentation, on procedure, on paper trails, vanished without one. I asked if anyone knew where he went. Corporate, my coworker said, or legal, or somewhere else. Hard to say. Hard to say, because it didn't matter. The system doesn't punish its own. It relocates them, absorbs them, moves them out of sight where they can't attract attention. There are no headlines for quiet exits, no public reckoning for administrative failures, no mugshots. The absence of an apology began to feel intentional. An apology would have meant acknowledgement. An acknowledgement would have meant liability. Not legal, necessarily, but moral. It would have meant admitting that the system had been warned and chosen silence anyway. So instead, they did what systems do best. They erased the problem. They erased Jerry by turning him into a headline and a case number. They erased me by letting my employment end quietly. And they erased themselves by stepping sideways, leaving behind nothing concrete enough to hold accountable. I realized then that the disappearance wasn't an accident. It was the final act. I tried, briefly, to push back. I sent an email to the company's general HR inbox, polite, factual, carefully worded. I didn't accuse, I didn't threaten. I simply stated that I had raised concerns prior to the arrest and had faced disciplinary action as a result, and I asked whether the company intended to address that discrepancy. The reply came 2 weeks later. It was short. We are unable to comment on personnel matters. That was it. No name, no signature, no invitation to continue the conversation. I stared at the screen for a long time, then closed my laptop and sat there listening to the ambient noise of my apartment. The distant traffic, the hum of the AC, the neighbor's television bleeding faintly through the wall. It struck me then how complete the silence was. Jerry's arrest had been loud, flashing lights, headlines, commentary, judgment. The system's failure, on the other hand, had been quiet by design. And quiet failures are the ones that repeat. I started noticing how often the story was told without me in it. Articles mentioned coworkers who were shocked. Statements quoted management expressing disbelief. Interviews included vague references to no prior indicators and no warning signs. I read those phrases with a hollow feeling in my chest. No warning signs. I wondered how many people read those words and felt reassured by them. how many nodded along, comforted by the idea that this had come out of nowhere, that there had been no opportunity to intervene. That lie was easier to swallow than the truth. The truth that someone had spoken up and been silenced was inconvenient. I considered speaking to a reporter. The thought came to me late one night, uninvited but persistent. I imagined laying it all out. Names, dates, emails, the meetings, the warnings, the threats, the quiet exit afterward. I imagined how it might feel to see it in print. Then I imagined the response. A company statement denying wrongdoing. A legal team ready to challenge every detail. People questioning my motives, my credibility, digging into my past to find anything they could use to frame me as unreliable or vindictive. I imagined becoming the story, and I didn't want that. Not because I was afraid of the truth, but because I'd already learned what happens when you push against a system that's decided you're expendable. Silence protects itself, so I stayed quiet. And that decision sits with me still. Sometimes I wonder if that makes me complicit, if choosing not to fight publicly was another way of letting the system win. Other times, I remind myself that survival isn't always loud, and that not every battle leaves you standing at the end. The absence of an apology changed something fundamental in how I see institutions now. I used to believe that mistakes, once proven, would be corrected, that harm, once acknowledged, would be addressed, that systems, while imperfect, had a built-in mechanism for self-reflection. I don't believe that anymore. I believe systems prioritize continuity over correction, stability over truth, and when faced with evidence that threatens both, they don't change, they disappear the evidence. HR disappearing was not an oversight. It was a strategy, a clean break. No one left to ask uncomfortable questions. No one left to contradict the official narrative. Just a gap where accountability should have been, filled with silence. Years later, when people ask me why I left that job, I tell them the truth, but not all of it. I say it wasn't a good fit anymore. I say priorities changed. I say I needed a fresh start. Those answers satisfy most people. They don't invite follow-up. They let the conversation move on. But sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet enough for thoughts to surface, I think about that missing apology. I think about how powerful it would have been to hear someone say, "We should have listened." I think about how much it would have meant, not just to me, but to every person who hesitated to speak up after seeing what happened to me. And then I remember that the apology never came because it never needed to. The system survived. The story moved on. And the people responsible didn't vanish because they were ashamed. They vanished because disappearing was the safest option. That's the part that still unsettles me. Not the predator who was eventually caught, but the quiet efficiency with which everyone else stepped out of the frame. No apology, no reckoning, just absence. And the understanding that sometimes the most telling response isn't outrage or denial. It's silence.